It's the start of the Empire Six, and there's a mandatory payout every day in the Empire Six. Starts here in race 3, and here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, an equipment note. Please note the number 1, Homedale Park, races with a hood again. And there's a rider change on the number 7, Love Me Tomorrow. Make her rider Kendrick Carmouche. The late pick 5 begins in race 4. We have a scratch. In race 4, scratch the 7, the Red Wraith. Race 4, scratch the 7, the Red Wraith. Late pick 4 begins in race 5. A rider change for the 1, Baby Boss. Make her rider Manny Franco. Manny Franco rides the 1, Baby Boss, in race number 5. A couple of rider changes out of race 6. In race 6, rather. The number 6, Pancho Song, make the rider Pablo Morales. Pablo Morales rides the 6, Pancho Song. And a rider change for the 7, A Fleeting Glance, to Manny Franco. Manny Franco rides the 7, A Fleeting Glance, in race number 6. Race 7, scratch the 1, Ellarella. Scratch the 1, Ellarella. And a rider change for the 4, Honey Money, to Trevor McCarthy. Trevor McCarthy rides the 4, Honey Money, in race 7. And these rider changes in race 8. The number 3, Tiny Magoo, make her rider Kendrick Carmouche. Carmouche rides the 3, Tiny Magoo. And a rider change for the 5, Flirtatious Kiss, to Trevor McCarthy. McCarthy rides the 5, Flirtatious Kiss, in race 8. Mandatory payout each and every day in the Empire 6 here at Aqueduct. It starts here in race 3, comes your way in 22 minutes at 2:20.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, welcome to a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at the Big A in South Ozone Park, Queens. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and we have racing From the Big A, we'll check in on at Tampa as well for their 5th race, as well as Oaklawn and the Fairgrounds. We'll also recap the Louisiana Derby as Hot Rod Charlie stamped his ticket for the Kentucky Derby the first Saturday in May, picking up those 100 points to the Kentucky Derby. And we'll see where he stacks up against the rest of the competition with that Kentucky Derby leaderboard. Well, we start things off here on FS2 as I welcome in my good friend and NYRA handicapper, Andy Serling.
Nice to spend this time with you. We don't get to spend enough time, though. Aqueduct, we do get to spend more time together, but it's nice to be here. A beautiful day at Aqueduct. It feels like spring is right around the corner. In fact, spring is here. And turf racing, perhaps will be back within 2 weeks here at Aqueduct.
Well, that is incredibly exciting as the tarp's still on out there on the turf course. But
when are you going out to start rolling them up?
Oh, you know,
Don't
I'll
you do
be
that
out
on
there.
Monday
I'll be
and
out there
Tuesday?
Monday, exactly. You know, we gotta let the sun hit it a little bit. But looking forward to that as the weather looks progressively better throughout the next couple of weeks. As here's what we got on tap for you. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne here on FS2. We'll bring you the 3rd from the Big A and the 5th from Tampa. And if you're watching us here on FS2, we'll be on for the next, around about 25 minutes, and we'll switch over to FS1 for the remainder of today's show on till 6:30 this evening. As always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your NYRA Bets account. We are continuously offering that bonus for new players, 100% deposit match bonus. Make sure you use promo code MATCH200 when signing up. Check out nyrabets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Well, we'll start things off here at the Big A, the 3rd race, going a mile on the main track. It's for the fillies and mares, none to life for the 16,000. And on the outside, Andy, Love Me Tomorrow. We do have a plethora of jocks changes. Unfortunately, Dylan Davis injured with a broken collarbone yesterday, and Jorge Vargas as well out too. We will keep you updated on those rider changes as well as the condition of those riders, Andy, but we do see Love Me Tomorrow as the speed.
She's the speed, and she's currently favored, the 7, Love Me Tomorrow, but by post time, the 1, Homedale Park, is very likely to be favored. Taking a look at the double, are we looking at Homedale Park now? And I picked Homedale Park, but I have to admit, she's 1 for 14. Now, there's others here that are 1 for more. In fact, Love Me Tomorrow is 1 for 18 and even Trapped in My Mind, and I think they're the 3 main horses. She's 1 for 20. Homedale Park should have won this race. Now, the winner was an Orlando Nota horse that was kind of bet that day, and their horses sometimes run better than you'd expect when they get bet, so maybe she has an excuse not running her down. But it is tough to be overly confident about any of these horses that so rarely find the winner's circle.
And do you feel like last time she was compromised by a slow pace, though she did stay on the rail, which was good, but that race wired by Mia Be a Star?
Yeah, and I thought the track was a bit fairer then. And the track, by the way, if people are wondering, this weekend has been very, very fair, and we've seen that so far today. We're back to a fair track, thankfully. If you look at the last race, Mia Be a Star stalked Nikki Scissors, and they basically ran 1-2 or 2-1 around the racetrack. So I do think she was compromised. And the thing about the speed in here, Love Me Tomorrow, is she can win, and she's not going to be hurt by getting a switch to Kendrick Carmouche. She would have been fine if Dylan had ridden her. She's still a horse that has lost some incredible leads throughout her career, and you do wonder if a mile is asking a bit from her.
That's what I was thinking, that a mile might be too far. You also have 2 other horses stretching out, including the 4 Hara and Trapped in My Mind. And by the way, Kendrick Carmouche does, as you said, pick up the mount on Love Me Tomorrow as we are checking out her narrow defeat last time out.
And she ran fine in here, and she wasn't able to get the lead. Obviously, she's more likely to be in front in here going the mile. But once again, she didn't get seal the deal, and Vitanzo beat her. She's not exactly the strongest competitor on paper. She had finally broken through and won her maiden.
She's figuring it out as a 5-year-old, Andy.
Yeah,
you know,
it's fair. And listen, she can win. I'm not going to be shocked when Can't Love Me Tomorrow wires, because the truth is, when she finished 3rd at a mile 4 races back, she actually ran better than it looks. I thought the rider made the mistake of drifting off the good rail that day and allowing Jackie Milton to come up the good rail and take the lead from her instead of trying to control. So I think her 3rd place finish that day is better than it looks, and it suggests that perhaps the mile is going to be okay. okay for her.
Definitely an interesting jockey change as well, picking up Kendrick today, as we will bring you the third from Aqueduct, as well as we'll discuss yesterday's Louisiana Derby winner, taking them gate to wire. Hot Rod Charlie for Leandra Mora, Joel Rosario in the iron. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. In foal to Catholic Boy, the dam of Swiss skydivers sold for $950,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we are brought to you in part each and every day by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Maggie Wolfendale, Andy Serling on with you for this first half, or half an hour on FS2. Just a reminder, we will be switching over to FS1 as we want to check in with the road to the Kentucky Derby, and it stopped at Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana Fairgrounds, that place, as it is the America's Best Racing Race of the Week, as we will check out the start. Now, Andy, we did see the same 3 horses coming out of the Risen Star, Midnight Bourbon, Mandaloun, and Proxy, but Hot Rod Charlie, not the smoothest beginnings, but this is why Joel Rosario is so good.
Yeah, Joel had a plan. He said, I'm going. Others want to go, they can run with me. And the pace was quick. It was considerably faster than the pace we saw in the Fairgrounds Oaks or even the New Orleans Handicap for older horses. Now, some of that may have been the fact that they were running down a much longer straightaway at the 1 3/16 distance. There was no difference in the run-up. I was actually asking Randy Moss about it. But Hot Rod Charlie ran very, very well. I mean, he was much the best in this race. It came up a fast race. Midnight Bourbon continues to be consistent. He's the only one of the 3 finishers in the prior 2 preps, Lecomte and the Risen Star, that showed up. Mandaloun was a tremendous disappointment. Proxy had a little trouble at the start, but he didn't do that much running after that. I thought Obesos was the only horse that closed, the horse on the rail.
I love this
going
horse.
for going out. I thought he ran fine in there. But Hot Rod Charlie, I mean, I think the argument that he makes there is it's a pretty strong contingent out west.
as it seems to be.
Yeah.
As of the last decade, it seems to be most of the horses that win the Kentucky Derby have been based in California.
Right. I mean, he came there and he beat some horses that have been running solid races. Now, in fairness, at least one, if not two, didn't show up their best races. You have to like Midnight Bourbon's consistency, but at this point, Hot Rod Charlie, I think he shows his talent. He flatters Medina Spirit, the Bob Baffert horse that finished second to Life is Good last time, and I think the argument is, who is the better Bob Baffert 3-year-old, Medina Spirit or Concert Tour? A lot of people are going to say Concert Tour. I would not be so quick to write off Medina
No.
Spirit.
I wouldn't either. As we are checking out the Fairgrounds Road to the Derby, as we were discussing, that started with the LeCompte, then the Risen Star. As you mentioned, Midnight Bourbon. He won the first one, finished third in the second, and then finished second in the third. So he's definitely going to the Kentucky Derby. He's been consistent. Where does he rate?
Well, I mean, to be fair, he's running speed figures at this point that make him fast enough to be a Derby contender. So I think to summarily dismiss him would be a mistake. He's shown that he is good on the front end, but he doesn't have to have the lead to run his race. I'm not saying I love Midnight Bourbon, but I think it would be a mistake to just dismiss him out of hand. He's run consistently well. The question in this race is, what do you do, particularly with Mandaloun? This is the second week in a row that a highly touted Brad Cox horse has disappointed and disappointed badly. Caddo River did that last week at Oaklawn Park, and this week was Mandaloun. I am not endorsing horses going into, especially because I can't imagine Mandaloun's going to run again. If he goes in the Derby, now, listen, maybe there will be some issue. There was a reason he ran badly, but I can't dismiss that effort, and to me, Mandaloun is out.
Yeah, I would have to intend to agree with you. Now, as far as, obviously we had the disappointing news that Life is Good is out of the Kentucky Derby after a breeze yesterday. Bob Baffert said that he will be sent to veterinarian Larry Bramblage to have a full once-over examination to determine how long he needs.
He said
at
60
least
days this
60
morning.
days.
Yeah.
So out with him out, who do you rank on top?
I don't rank anybody on top at this point. I think it would be a mistake. It's 2 months out from the Derby.
Yeah.
We've got a serious round of preps to go. I think there's a big blob of horses right now, and they're nice horses. And a lot of them have a real chance to win. And between the Arkansas Derby, the Wood Memorial here at Aqueduct, the Bluegrass Derby, as well as the Santa Anita Derby, or the Bluegrass Stakes, excuse me, we'll have a better idea. And that's what you're supposed to do, gain information. There is no longer one horse up here above everybody with Life is Good out. Listen, you never want to see any horses get hurt. You want to see them all do well, and you certainly don't want to see horses as talented as Life is Good go by the wayside. But having said that, it makes this Derby potentially much more wide open.
It does feel as though there's several horses that have run kind of the same types of race, same types of figures, but who's on top of the leaderboard? Well, it's Hot Rod Charlie, as he obviously won the first 100-point Kentucky Derby prep. We will see 7 more of those 100.
Wow. Is that how
yeah,
many?
the Jeff Ruby Stakes.
I knew that was upgraded. So the Wood, the Blue, who are the ones besides Arkansas?
UAE.
Oh, yeah, okay.
UAE Derby, the Florida Derby, Wood Bluegrass,
Florida.
Santa Anita Derby, and the Arkansas Derby.
Forgot about the Florida Derby.
Yeah, that will be next week.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. Greatest Honor can sweep all 3 of the Florida Derby preps for trainer Shug McGaughey. Well, we will bring you coverage from Tampa Bay Downs. They are on the turf there for this allowance optional claimer. And no surprise, we see the foreign shipper and twine for European Christophe Clement.
I have a question
favorite.
for you, Maggie. Do you think this horse is favored sort of just because?
Just because.
Because you look at the other horse in the race, the Inside 2. Well,
O'Toole has not run a fast enough fig for the horses towards the outside.
Exactly. Just seems too slow. Broker maiden in a maiden $32,000 claimer. Others just seem better.
Same thing could be said for Cool Front, but at least she does have some speed. She is number 2 in here as the blinkers go on, and the camera guy loves Cool O'Toole.
Well, I guess the blinker's on. She will have more speed than she did last time, but I don't think she'll have as much as the 4, in particular the 6 of God.
There she is, Cool Front, as she is pretty cool on the board, understandably so.
She's
Before
just too
trainer
slow.
Mike Deeney, breaking her maiden in a maiden 16 with a 44 buyer. I mean, she's really going to have to find some lengths. As number 3, Entwine, there is your daughter of Fast Company making her first start for Christophe Clement.
And I'm just glad that in the first race that we've shown that Saul Kuman is represented. Christophe Clement is just 6 for 56 with his European shippers on the turf, particularly getting first-time Lasix in this country. So he doesn't have a great record first time out. He's done well with them, but sometimes they need a race or two.
Yeah, and this filly's shown that she doesn't get away from the gate, as we just saw Successful Legacy go by. Here's the one that might vie for favoritism or be second choice, number 5, Gambling Cat.
Yeah, boy, I'll tell you right now, the value is the 4, Successful Legacy, and we'll get back to her. Gambling Cat got a wicked fast pace to break her maiden first time out, and I got to tell you something. She's been awful since that race.
I despised her in the paddock that day, and I was surprised she got up and win. She got very favorable.
She got
out.
fortunate.
Now, Agog on the outside, number 6, she'll be stretching out in distance. I thought she was intriguing.
She is, because she does have one route race, and she actually ran a credible 4th in there. Now, she's supposed to get clear of Successful Legacy. The trainer stretching out the turf for what it's worth is 0 for 9, but I don't think her route race was that bad. I think she's a player in this race. The 4 and 6 are the 2 I like. It's not that I'm against the 3 for Christophe Clement. It's just, I feel like she's sort of bet for the wrong reasons. Like, nobody else likes anybody. Oh, we'll bet Christophe. We'll bet Christophe, who has been doing very well with the horse he shipped to Tampa.
And I will say, I threw in, the stat that you mentioned with the 2 to 6 month layoff in, and it's just 4 for 32. So it's not great numbers, not as good as you would expect.
Yeah, I think a tendency to think of Christophe, and maybe because he is in fact European, but also because he's had so much success with turf horses and European horses over the years. So you tend to think, he probably does really well with them. And I think a lot of times they need a little time to acclimate. And listen, she could easily win. For some people that wonder, why would Christophe ship out here and not run this horse at Gulfstream? A couple of things. First of all, he's stabled up north. So it's about an hour and a half to Gulfstream, and it's about 2.5 hours here. So it's not that significant a difference. But also, many trainers, Christophe Clement and Chad Brown in particular, they really love the turf course at Tampa Bay Downs. So you think of the number of Grade 1 quality horses that Chad Brown has shipped to Tampa to break their maidens. And I think Christophe, he kind of saw that Chad was doing it was working, and he started doing more of it, and it's worked out very well for him.
And he was just following Chad's lead, you think?
I think he's just copying Chad Brown. Listen, he's trying to get in the Hall of Fame. He's trying to win an Eclipse. He's trying to win a big race.
Did
you
pretty
should follow
well
Chad
last
Brown.
year.
I know.
Yeah,
he's up in the Hall of Fame. He's getting my vote this year.
He is up for it. As the problem that I have too with Entwine, Andy, as I mentioned, both of her starts she was away slowly, and if you're breaking slow in England or Ireland, you're breaking really slow in America.
Well, we see Europeans get left here almost every time. So that's a bad sign. And it's not like she ran so well over in Europe that you feel like, well, she could break slowly. And also, she ran in 2 soft courses here. Now, there are 2 schools of thought. Sometimes Europeans come here because they feel they need Lasix. Sometimes they want firmer turf. But she did win easily on a soft turf.
Yeah, that's maybe she gets the pace set up, because I thought that Successful Legacy could be aggressive. Agog, she's the fastest, but she's going to have to do it from the outside post. But then again, it is
it's
out,
only 6.
Exactly.
I don't think the pace is going to be that fast.
You don't?
Preferably, I think the value play in here is the 4, Successful Legacy. So she'd be my pick.
All right.
I'm against Entwine.
For Gerald Bennett as...
Sorry, Christophe. Big baby.
As we will send it out to Richard Grunder with the call of the 5th race from Tampa Bay Downs.
She's in. They're at the post. And they're off. Agog on the far outside breaks for the lead with Successful Legacy moving up, and there's Cool Front. With blinkers on today, she's showing speed, and the last horse away is the favorite, Entwine. Under the wire for the first time, Cool Front has the lead. Successful Legacy draws alongside now to be second. Agog drops over nicely, saves ground toward the rail under Camacho, now traveling along a close-up third. Then it's 2 lengths farther back, Gambling Cat in the 2-path fourth. Cool O'Toole is fifth. And the European Invader with the long layoff, Entwine, is the traitor, but she's only about 7 lengths off the pace setter as they turn up the backstretch. Cool Front in hand and on the lead. Successful Legacy is on the chase now second. Agog inching up a closer third along the rail with Gambling Cat remaining fourth. Alongside Cool O'Toole, and still the traitor is Entwine. It remains unchanged as they make their way to the far turn. Cool Front on an easy lead and has it by 1.5 lengths. Successful Legacy is second. Agog remains toward the rail now third. 2.5 lengths farther back to Gambling Cat fourth. Cool O'Toole is fifth, and still nothing from Entwine. They swing around the far turn. It's Cool Front trying to take him start to finish. Agog, and now Camacho gets busy on her, going after the leader second. Successful Legacy is back to third. Gambling Cat on the outside fourth, and now Entwine circling up on the far outside, but meanwhile Agog makes first run and has the lead. Gambling Cat is surging down the center of the racetrack second. Way out on the outside, Entwine is now underway third, down to the wire. It's Agog, and here's Gambling Cat on the outside, and Gambling Cat runs them down in the shadow of the wire. Agog settles for second. Entwine, with an eventful trip, finishes third.
Well, it looked like Agog was going to be the beneficiary of the two. Cool Front, the early leader, bolting at the head of the lane, Andy, but Gambling Cat made that last sustained rally to get the win.
Felt like Cool Front might have been home. They were walking towards the front end, and they seemed to be. And it just feels like Agog couldn't really seal the deal going long, as it turned out, because she didn't air the lead. And you know what? Gambling Cat was the right horse, the right time. I don't think the 3 Entwine ran that badly, but she may have needed a race. She also might not be that good.
She might just be pace compromised as they are approaching the gate here for the third race at the Big A, loading in. And we do see 2-1 favoritism on Homedale Park.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's the horse to beat in here. I am concerned that she's not a winning type, but it does feel like the 3 horses, they're the main players. The 1, Homedale Park, the 5, Trapped in My Mind, the 7, Love Me Tomorrow. They are a combined 3 for 52, an average of 1 for 17 1/3. So she's below the curve at 1 for 14.
Yeah, these are fillies that are a little shy from the winner's circle as the Big A. Anthony Stabile filling in for John Imbrial. He'll have the call of race number 3 here from Aqueduct.
We're waiting on Syzygy and Love Me Tomorrow. They're in the gate. And they're off. Love Me Tomorrow from our outside post goes to the lead. There's the gray. Hara in between horses. Homedale Park's at the rail in third. We come back to Syzygy, who's fourth. Gap of 1.5 lengths to Misty Taste, who moves up along the rail in fifth. First Dawn, sixth. The trailer is Trapped in My Mind. They come out of the chute and onto the main track. And Hara, a 1/2 length lead over Love Me Tomorrow with Misty Taste, moving up along the inside in third. They went the opening quarter in 24-2, gap of 2 lengths back to First Dawn, who's moved up inside of Homedale Park. Syzygy 3 wide, a big break. Back to the trailer, Trapped in My Mind. Hara still holding Love Me Tomorrow at bay by a 1/2 length. Misty takes 2 lengths from the lead in third. First Dawn's fourth. Inside again of Homedale Park. Syzygy begins to tail off. Trapped in My Mind still a long way back. 47-4 was the half. Hara, 3/4 of a length now as Love Me Tomorrow comes under a ride. In second, Misty Taste off the rail and to the 3 path to try to commence a rally. Here comes Homedale Park and First Dawn. Trapped in My Mind's out of last. Syzygy trails past the quarter pole. 1:13-1 for the 3/4. Hara's going to try to see this through and give Eric Cancel 2 in a row. Love Me Tomorrow sets down for a drive. Misty Taste, Homedale Park wanders to the center of the track. 8th pole. Hara still there, a 2.5 length lead. Hara, Love Me Tomorrow. They've been 1-2 from the start. Misty Taste tries to get into second. No doubt about the winner. It's all Hara. She won it by 4.5. Love Me Tomorrow held second over Misty Taste. First Dawn was fourth. Final time for the mile was 1:40-2.
Aggressive ride by Eric Cancel pays off as Hara, not necessarily the one we thought would be on the front end, was so, and she took them coast to coast.
And no knock on Kendrick Harmouche, who was riding Love Me Tomorrow, because this was a legitimate pace. It's not like this filly just walked the dog on the front end. She was best today, and you could see. I mean, you and I both said around the turn, nobody's catching her. And she was able to hold off everybody in here. A very clever ride by Eric Cancel. He put a horse in front that did not figure on paper to be in front, and ended up getting her to the winner's circle for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, it just felt as though she kind of ran them off their feet as all of them were off the bridle except her at the quarter pole. And she ended up winning by open lengths in the end over the 7. Love Me Tomorrow. Misty Taste settling for third. This one for Wayne Potts and Bruno Schickedanz, your winning owner and trainer. And Horace, she was second off the claim and stretching back out in distance.
Yeah.
All
I
paid
mean,
off.
I tried her last time and thought she was terrible in that
Well, you love a
race, but-
turn back.
I did. I thought cutting back would really help her also, you know, and then she didn't do any running, but she was the goods today. Much the
Yes,
best.
she was. Besting Love Me Tomorrow, which she couldn't do last time. Well, we will have several more races coming up from Aqueduct, as well as tuning into Oaklawn and Fairgrounds. That'll do it for me up here on the desk. Greg Wolf is stepping in. I'll be down in the paddock. We'll also have Richard Migliori and Jonathan Kinchin, as well as Nancy Holthus out from Oaklawn joining the show in a bit. Andy, as always, my pleasure being up here with you.
It's a great pleasure for me. Greg Wolf is on the sidelines. He's waiting to pull you off the set, but I'm happy
that
for you.
big
You
hook.
get to go outside. It's nice out today. So you have a
Beautiful.
nice
I'm
day
excited
outside. I know.
going outside. But thanks for joining us here on FS2. We will be switching over to FS1. Hopefully you all will join us over there on FS1. We'll talk a little bit more Derby, future preps, recap that Louisiana Derby once again, and some great racing action coming up from Aqueduct. Who do you like best on the card? Who are you most interested in?
You know, Frosted Indian, race number 4.
Frosted Indian, the Henry Neville horse. Well, you won't have to wait long.
For that
as
embarrassment to take place.
race number 4 from Aqueduct
I'm
will
betting.
be coming up. I like it. All in the Henry Neville trainee. Thanks for joining us here on FS2 on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned. Make sure you change your channel over to FS1. Greg Wolf stepping in for me here.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir Martin.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDBStallions.com to book your mare today.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races, and those who just tuned in from over on FS2, where we started our coverage. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. I am Greg Wolf. Coming up today, live racing from Aqueduct, the Fairgrounds, and from Oaklawn Park. A major shakeup on the road to the Kentucky Derby with a defection. We'll have that story, a look back to Hot Rod Charlie's victory in the Louisiana Derby, and we'll look ahead to next Saturday. 3 major Derby preps, all of which you will see live here on the program next Saturday afternoon. With me, New York Racing Association, and my subway partner, sometimes, Andy Serling. Hot Rod Charlie, is he a major contender for the Derby?
I don't see why he wouldn't be at this point. He ran a very nice race yesterday. I mean, the pace did hold together, but the second-place finisher has certainly run 2 good races down at Fairgrounds before that. He took his act on the road. I think he showed how strong the California contingency is, even if they lost their top gun. And why isn't Hot Rod Charlie in the conversation with any of the other Derby leaders at this point?
Again, more on that Top Gun coming out in just a little bit. Doug O'Neill, now, of course, 2-time Derby winner, as another big contender with Hot Rod Charlie. A lot more ahead on that in the show. We're going to get out to Oaklawn Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race 2 is coming up next. Mile and a 16th. State bred race for 20, maiden claiming, and right now James's Moonshine 0 for 11 to this point. Odds on?
Yeah, you're never. I think the 2 gentlemen up here are not ready to bet odds on horses, no matter what their figure edge is, that are 0 for 11. Now, to be fair, only 0 for 8 on the dirt. He does have a significant speed figure edge over everybody, but perhaps the number 7, Arlington Shine.
It's almost really an indictment, really, on the rest of this field. Agreed. That he is that short a price in this group. As you take a look at the 12 in your screen, the other one taking money in here is a first-time starter, which tells you more so, too. There's not a lot in here. That's the 11.
It's an odd horse to be taking money. Wow. That's an interesting horse to be taking money, right?
Ghost Strategy, a first-time starter for Al Cates, the son of Street Strategy, who stands for $1,000.
Right. There's a half to 3 foals that did no running, and the trainer is 7 for 94. Feels like the money is probably smart here. Good pickup, Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, because you look through the field, who do you want? Do you hope the 2 getting to a dry track, who did have a wide trip last time, could improve? Yes, he could, but he's so woefully slow. The 3 as well, Tuffy, who's also a bit wide in the same race. I thought that Cyberflame, I think you'll agree, ran the better race of the 2, but they are lightly raced horses. You usually gravitate to lightly raced horses, but they really both have to improve a lot. The money in the 11 has to be. I mean, a first-time start, a mile and 16th from low-profile connections getting bet in here. Has to be meaningful, doesn't it?
It's got to be. We say it all the time. Watch the tote board races like this, especially with first-time starters. It's usually meaningful. 7-2 right now on a horse that was 8-1 morning line. We shall see. That is the second choice on the board. The 4, Random Affair, who had actually hit the board at this condition before in the slop back in April of last year. Third choice at 5-1.
Yeah, he's the speed, right? You got to figure stretching out from 6 furlongs of distance. He tried a distance a couple times here last year and had big leads only to fold. One of them, though, wasn't that bad, but he's a tough one for me to take. I am very curious to see. The fact that Ghost Strategy is betting, it's got to be more than just the 35 workout. Has to be meaningful.
Meanwhile, Shine Jack's Dream breaks through the gate. Not far, though, so it looks like hopefully they'll just put him right back in. Horse who has done very little in his first 2 starts. He was 119-1 on the board in his last start. And it looks like they will give him the quick look over behind the gate. And if all is good, put him right back in. Heavy favorite again. It's the 9. James's Moonshine for the Chris Hartman barn.
Who's James and where's his Moonshine?
We'll see. Has not been
They're
much punch in the Moonshine so far with this horse.
No. Been having too much Moonshine the night before the races.
Vic Stauffer with the call. This starts the early pick 4 in Hot Springs. Vic, take it away.
They're at the post. They're off.
Ghost Strategy broke very awkwardly. Random Affair and James's Moonshine break well. Will Red is 3 deep. Tuffy is next, then Shine Jack's Dream and Lime Tree Valley. Next, it's Cyber Flame, followed by Arlington Shine, and the bad start has Ghost Strategy languishing at the back of the pack. To the backstretch with Random Affair just in front of James's Moonshine. Random Affair a neck in front. James's Moonshine is tugging at Kenny Tohill. Wants to go and clear off. He is now second, a neck behind the front runner. Will Red is 3 deep in third and 2 from the front with Shine Jack's Dream at the rail. Those 4 have sprinted about 5 lengths clear of Tuffy, who just got a tap of the whip on the right shoulder. Lime Tree Valley and to the outside Arlington's Shine. Cyber Flame is next and then desperately last to Ghost Strategy as they run towards the half-mile pole. And the leader is now James's Moonshine. James's Moonshine a neck in front of Random Affair, who's trying to stay with this big favorite. James's Moonshine now a half length in front. When he gets around the far turn, he is going to be a clear-cut leader. James's Moonshine has now opened up a 2-length lead. Random Affair is second by about 6 lengths. Arlington's Shine is 5th now. He could get into 3rd soon, but it would take something unforeseen here for James's Moonshine to get beat. He's a 1/4 mile from home and 3.5 lengths in front. Random Affair is second. Arlington's Shine has taken 3rd, and now he's 7 lengths behind James's Moonshine, who is hand-ridden past mid-stretch, and James's Moonshine leads by 3.5 lengths. Random Affair is second. Arlington's Shine is trying to get into second, and it looks like he could, but James's Moonshine is home and hand-ridden to the wire. James's Moonshine in front. James's Moonshine won by better than 2. Arlington's Shine was second. Random Affair 3rd.
James's Moonshine, the favorite, with the victory here, 12th time the charm.
12th time was the charm, and he stalked the pace of Random Affair, who hung in well to just get 3rd, but James's Moonshine basically in control the whole way. Arlington Shine, we mentioned the other horse who had a reasonable fig 2 back, ended up picking up the pieces to get 2nd, and I have to admit, I like the use of adjectives by Vic Stauffer. Describing the firster, Ghost Strategy, there's a lot of people that are very annoyed at some tip they must have gotten, as he said the horse was desperately last.
Not
desperately
a good way to be
far
last.
back.
Ken Tohill, meanwhile, looked incredibly confident on the favorite who gets the win at odds on. Here's a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Aqueduct, Oaklawn, and Fairgrounds, all fast and firm conditions. And we have the rest of the cards. It's just about all those tracks on the way.
I think there's a lesson to be learned from the Oaklawn second. Don't bet tips in maiden claiming races on horses going a mile and 1/16 the first time out.
Get signed up, play along with all the action today with Naira Bets. You can download the app or you can go to nairabets.com, use that promo code if you're a new member, and take advantage of that deposit match. It's match 200, the code to use at sign up and get involved. Hot Rod Charlie, Joel Rosario once again making the difference, putting this horse in the mix early, and it pays dividends. We'll look back at the Louisiana Derby when we return.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, new for 2021, standing at Gainesway.
The Run Happy rally continues. With more and more winners each week, Run Happy now ranks among the top of his crop. Already with multiple stakes horses this year, including the sensational Nicky the Vest, winner of the Gander Stakes at Aqueduct by an amazing 11 lengths. From coast to coast, the more they run, the more they win. In a lifetime of chance, this is a chance of a lifetime. priced for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams right now and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm and off to a tremendous second year at stud. Our ABR race of the week. It was a Derby prep of the first 100 point to the winner Derby qualifier. And Joel Rosario on Hot Rod Charlie had this horse right near the front early on, despite Andy early on getting bumped in his hind end out of the gate.
Well, you know, he came in a little bit on proxy, and then Mandaloun came over a bit when the horse outside of him came over and made it a little bit tight. It was nothing severe, but Joel had a plan. Joel said, I'm going. Somebody else wants to go, they're going to have to go with me. And he was assertive. The pace was honest. A long run to the first turn may have helped the pace be quicker, but they were moving up front. And even though the speeds dominated the race, Joel had a plan, and he executed it to perfection.
Hot Rod Charlie, Midnight Bourbon, who were 1-2 in this race, basically were 1-2 around the racetrack the entire way.
They were. Now, Obezos, who finished third, you see him in those West Point yellow silks, making that run on the inside. I thought he made a nice little run towards the inside and a much improved effort off his prior race where he got an 88 buyer, and this buyer was in the higher 90s. So he's clearly improved, and people will like him as a closer if he should get into the Derby. But Hot Rod Charlie, I mean, give him all the credit. He won the race. I like the fact that Midnight Bourbon finished second. He is the one horse from the Fairground race that did not disappoint. He and Proxy and Mandaloun had run 1, 2, 3 in the prior two races, LeCompte and Risen Star. Mandaloun and Proxy, especially Mandaloun, kind of by the wayside. But Midnight Bourbon has shown that he's a solid performer in all of those races.
Connections had said in his recent works, Hot Rod Charlie was training like a superstar. He'd been blowing away his workmates, galloping out strong, backed it up now in a Derby prep. And one of the groups in that ownership group, Boat Racing, comprised of 5 Brown University football teammates and fraternity brothers. This is the first horse they have ever owned.
Hopefully it won't be their last. Pretty good start for them. And I mean, I think he throws himself right there with any of the leaders in the 3-year-old crop at this point, heading towards the Derby right now. And like we said, there's still a lot of big prep races to be run, and we'll find out much more about quite a few other horses. Hopefully good, but some of them, like a Mandaloun, like we saw with Caddo River last week, some horses will somewhat take themselves out of major contention.
I'll have another Nyquist 2012, 2016 for Doug O'Neill. Now it looks like he has a big shot to collect a third Kentucky Derby. Usually does it with Redham Racing. Totally different group altogether here.
And I'm glad to see him have a chance. I always felt bad that I'll Have Another didn't get a chance to try for the Triple Crown, because it really feels like he would have been a Triple Crown winner. You know, he did get a good trip, but that was a very good Derby he ran in to beat a horse like Bodemeister. Bodemeister had no excuse in the Preakness, and I'll Have Another just flat out ran him down. I'll Have Another was an exceptional racehorse, and it's nice to see Doug O'Neill heading back to the Derby with another major contender.
Hot Rod Charlie, he is our king for a day with that performance in this Derby prep. Today's King for a Day brought to you by the talented son of Uncle Mo. And another case of a West Coast horse shipping outside of California and getting the job done.
And obviously that California group, and they were nowhere last year, right? The 2-year-olds in California were completely ineffective, but suddenly you've got Concert Tour, Medina Spirit, still running for Bob Baffert, major players towards Kentucky Derby, and obviously now Hot Rod Charlie as well.
King for a Day stands at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York. 99 buyer speed figure, by the way, for a Hot Rod Charlie. Doug O'Neill, he wasn't there. He was serving out a suspension. Leandro Mora was not there. He's in Dubai.
Who was there?
It was another assistant, Sabas Rivera, who handled the chores in New Orleans. But these connections got to be excited with what they saw from this son of Oxbow, who, by the way, won the Preakness with Gary Stevens at a mile and 3/16, and Now Hot Rod Charlie wins at a mile 3/16. I know they don't run a lot of races at that distance, but he did set a track record for what it's worth.
He's your Preakness pick. That's what you're really trying to say
Exactly.
here. Okay.
Meanwhile, this is the biggest news probably on the Kentucky Derby trail. The horse is the leading contender. Life is Good is now ruled out. He will not travel. Will travel to Kentucky for further evaluation, but big news because this is the horse that everybody was so excited about, and the leading contender in the Bob Baffert barn. Apparently, a hind end injury off the Triple Crown Trail.
Yeah, and listen, you hate to see any horse get injured and be out of these races, especially the big races. And a horse of his quality, I think the last time we lost a horse this late that laid over the field based on his races much seated was Escandarea after the Wood Memorial about 10 years ago. Life is Good was a dominating factor. Bob says he needs 60 days. Hopefully we'll see him again this summer because he's a tremendously talented horse. But I'll tell you what, outside all that, it makes this Derby much more wide open because he was a huge mountain to climb.
And it looks like, too, that he'd solved those issues, at least in the workouts, of drifting out. He's going to be looked at by Dr. Larry Bramlage at Rood and Riddle in Lexington. Post-parade coming up here, meanwhile, at Aqueduct for the 4th. As we look at Frosted Indian.
He'll go up, way up from his current 4-to-1 odds. I like this horse. I'll expand on it in a little bit.
Chad Brown with a first-time starter by Munnings. Take a chance.
Taking a lot of money in doubles. The other Chad Brown runner, I don't trust this horse.
Well, the other Chad Brown is right next door in the favorite. Speed already, and now he adds blinkers.
One of the reasons I like the one is the only other horse that experiences Secret Potion, who comes out of a very mediocre performance at Gulfstream. Maybe he'll win, but it doesn't say much about the field if he does.
First-time starter, not taking much money, 14-to-1 on Iron Giant.
He's not this time, and this is the first foal to run from this dam.
Look out, another firster next door who is taking money. His son of Liam's map for Kelly Bream, Latin Casino.
Out of a dam, I made a big score on it, 11-to-1 at Saratoga in 2012. She's produced 2 foals, neither of which did any running.
I read that note that you scored on the pedigree notes.
It's all over the place.
King James, 9-2 for Jimmy Jerkins, the firster by Nyquist.
And the LeBron James fans are out in force. This horse took some money in double. 1 of 3 foals from the dam's a runner, a horse named Picasso, who's running right now for Steve Asmussen.
9-2 on this first-time starter as we're just 2 minutes to post here in the 4th to kick off the late pick 5.
Yeah, I do want to have a chance to talk about Frosted Indian quickly. He set a wild pace in a race that just completely fell apart last time. I'm hoping he can break cleanly. I think Frosted Indian is a live long shot. He will go up from his 4-to-1.
Meanwhile, King James, we all know who this one's named after, making a nice appearance on the racetrack as well. Pick 5. Did you say who? 100,000 plus in the pick 5 sequence and growing. But 2 Chad Brown runners who are both taking attention on the board. That always scares you as a horse bettor.
Yeah, the 2 is owned by connections that normally I see as pinhookers. So I don't know what the situation is, why they're racing this horse, and that bothers me a little. We'll head down to Maggie, though. She's in the paddock. Let's head to Maggie.
Thanks, guys. As we will take a look at your current favorite, and that is a horse with experience in number 3, Secret Potion, as he does put blinkers on for this second start now as a 3-year-old. Just a shortcut cheater blinker. He was kind of ridden hard to get to the lead last time out and just couldn't sustain that and narrowly beaten as the favorite. I will say, though, that despite starting his career primarily in turf routes, physically he looks much more like a dirt sprinter. The negative is that he hasn't changed much from 2 to 3. Now, it's still early in the year, and he obviously can grow a bit more, but I would have liked to see a different looking horse than what I had as a 2-year-old. So I get it, but I think there's a lot of interesting first-time starters in here, and I can't necessarily say that about Chad's other horse, number 2, Take a Chance. Obviously, what Andy brought up in regards to the fact that Niall Brennan and Mike Ryan held on to this horse, so I'm speculating, and sometimes it's because there's an issue and they just can't make it to the sales. I don't know. He's a big, good-looking sort, but for Chad Brown, he just could look a little bit more fit. I know he has a slew of works, and it looks as though he's got him as fit as he can be, but sometimes it's just a race that is needed. And plus, he was fairly green, too, which is not necessarily typical. he can win, but for me, I'll take the wait and see approach. The one that looks the most ready to me is number 5, Latin Casino. Sandy brought up some good points about the pedigree. He warmed up professionally. He was the most professional first-time starter in the paddock. He didn't want to hook up with the pony, but it's not as if Nick Juarez was concerned about that. He jogged off and galloped off beautifully. Very, very fit and well prepared. A little bit more on the smaller side, but it's a dirt sprint, so I'm not too concerned. He's actually going to be my pick, and you're getting 6-1 for Kelly Breen, first-time starter. Finally, King James, son of Nyquist, does have a fast gate drill over the Belmont training track, and let me tell you, 47 is pretty darn quick over the winter track on the Belmont training track surface. It has been slow. So this guy looks quick. He has that massive hind end, great coat to him. I mean, he's a Jimmy Jerkins horse. They all tend to be well turned out, and he looks pretty fit. The problem I have with him is he was just a little bit naughty. He wanted to be a little studdish, a little pushy in the paddock, and then the same thing with the pony. But granted, once Luis Cardenas took him away from the pony, he did gallop off nicely. So I just don't know if mentally he's all that well prepared, but again, I'd be scared of this horse, especially for the fact that maybe if he is professional when they spring the latch, he could have speed, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 9-2 on the first-time son of Nyquist there, King James from that outside post. Meanwhile, on the inside, Andy, when you were on with Maggie, you said this is the horse you were most looking forward to this afternoon.
This horse got eliminated at the break in his first start behind the very talented Crowded Trade, who almost won the Gotham in his second start. Obviously, he ran poorly. Last time out, he set the pace in a race where the horse who made the last move won the race. A horse who looked like a winner making a move around the turn and took the lead mid-stretch, even that horse fell apart. That's what I like to call a meltdown. You don't see too many races where it's almost like the farther back you were early, the better off you were, and the closer to the front you were, the worse off you were. So for me, I'm always going to play a speed horse out of a race like that, especially a lightly raced one.
Blinkers coming off, and he's going to show speed again from the road. You would have to think.
He has to break.
Bullet drill coming in quickest of 117 in the morning, and that was out of the gate. Blinkers come off, and maybe that speed will just continue to last if he can relax on the front end.
Yeah, and he gets a rider change to Benji Hernandez, which I think is a good thing. And listen, I'm not in love with him. For all I know, he just can't finish his races regardless. But in racing, I always want meltdown horses.
Let me ask you this, though. In terms of value, he is getting overbet right now, right?
He is. Now, I played some Pick Threes, didn't use the last winner, so I'm not alive. And he's almost 20-1 if you look at doubles and Pick Threes. I expect him to drift to maybe 8-1 by post time when the late money comes in. But even at 8-1, I have to say, he's not great value. I thought I might get 15-1 on this horse.
Loading up this 3 Secret Potion, one of a pair of 3-year-olds for Chad Brown. The favorite on the board as we begin this late Pick 5 on this Sunday card. Anthony Stabile with the call here from South Ozone Park.
In goes Latin Casino. King James, the last to load, as we start the late Pick 5 here at the Big A. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Take a Chance to the lead. Latin Casino, King James, Secret Potion, Frosted Indian, all 5 of them mixing it up on the front end. Gap of 5 lengths back to Iron Giant, who trails the field. Take a Chance, a half length in front of Latin Casino, with King James 3 wide in third. They have a length and a half on Frosted Indian, who's fourth. The favorite, Secret Potion, just 3 lengths from the lead in fifth. Big gap, about a half dozen or so back to Iron Giant. Quick first quarter, 22-2. And Latin Casino has made his way to the lead. Over Take a Chance. Frosted Indian looking for room between horses. King James 3 wide. Secret Potion. Eric Cancel trying to motivate him from fifth all the way back to Iron Giant, who trails. They're coming to the quarter pole. And Latin Casino, a re-rally at the rail from Take a Chance. Frosted Indian between. King James outside, far outside Secret Potion. Latin Casino still there and going strong on the front end. Take a Chance at the rail. Secret Potion not today. Latin Casino going to try to hold off Take a Chance, who keeps on coming. But Latin Casino and Nick Juarez going to take race number 4 by 3 lengths. Take a Chance was second. Secret Potion third. Final time for the 6 furlongs. 112-4.
Latin Casino first time out with a win at 8-1 to start off this late pick 5. Nice call from Maggie.
Yeah, and those familiar silks from New Farm, those purple silks from New Farm, and this one's a runner. This one was charged. The pace was honest in here. I thought ran very professionally in here. You know what? Frosted Indian got his chance. He outrun a little for the lead. He split horses. He wasn't comfortable, but he had his chance. He didn't run terribly, but not well enough in here. And Secret Potion was a very, very vulnerable favorite coming out of an extremely weak maiden race down at Gulfstream Park, and he showed it here. An assumption that those Gulfstream Park races are just stronger than ours is a bad assumption. The purses are better here, and frequently the fields are better.
5-2-3 finish. Maggie, nice call. You like the look of this one in the panic, and he ran to his looks.
He did, and he was quick. I wasn't necessarily expecting him to be that quick, and I think it's fair to say that with the warmer temperatures, we're going to see faster times here at Aqueduct than what we've seen over the cold winter months, because they can get more water into the track and really tighten it up. But what a game performance by this horse, battling in a 3 abreast the whole way around there, and he was really professional. You know, he switched back to his inside lead, but sometimes that's all about, you know, you get a little tired on your right lead, switch back to your left, holding a good effort from the runner-up, Take a Chance at bay. And got to give credit to my good friend John Atfield, who is Kelly Breen's assistant here. And he told me, Greg, did you know this, at New Farm, it's the guy who created Barney? Did you know that?
I had no idea. But that explains the purple.
Barney, right. First I thought she said Barney's, the store. Did not know that either. They've been around a while. Ben Perkins always had the horses.
Latin Casino, well, they got a good one here. Son of Liam's Map wins first time out, does so at 8-1 to start this late pick 5. Nick Juarez on board for the victory. He didn't have to do a lot in here. Take a Chance, Secret Potion, King James, second, third, and fourth. But no doubt about your winner, an impressive debuter here at the Big A. Price is coming up in a moment. We're going to head back over to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Third at Oaklawn. Non-winners of 3 Lifetime the condition, $16,000 claiming tag. And they're running 3/4 of a mile. Pick up the phone. Steve Asmussen just claimed this one off a very good claiming trainer. Right now, 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, my feeling in here was I want to stay away from the horses that were claimed from Robertino Diodoro. The 1, Pick Up the Phone, the 3, Flatoya.
Well, here is Pick Up the Phone. So now in the Hall of Fame barn of Steve Asmussen, he was a beaten favorite at an easier level last start.
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to take him moving up, and no knock on Steve Aspen, obviously, but he doesn't have great numbers off the claim at all. He's just 14% with a $1.24 ROI, claiming horses in the Oaklawn.
And this horse, a little bit of second-itis, a lot of it, actually. 8 times second in 16 starts. Awesome Indra, 15-1.
This is actually the horse I'm going to bet in this race. This horse had a legit excuse with some trouble at the start, getting bumped between and taken out of position. And I think this horse off the race 2 back is good enough to have a chance in here to price.
Another horse taken off of the Diodoro barn. Carl Broberg claimed Flatoya.
Listen, Broberg, a good claiming trainer as well, but I don't want the ex-Diodoros.
Speed from Sam Houston with La Rosa Drive.
Now, this is Diodoro, and this horse should be forwardly placed, but couldn't this pace be kind of quick?
Yeah, he should be part of it, yeah, but he could be up against it from a pace standpoint with the other speed. 13-1, Beauty Day off the claim as well.
Yeah, I thought Beauty Day was in above her head.
Blinkers, 3-1. John Ortiz, tackling a lot easier.
Yeah. I like Blinkers as the stalking outside speed. So of the speeds, I like the 6. I'm going to bet the 2 to win and bet a 6-2 exacta.
And how about She's Fire and Ice at 13-1? This horse dropping from 30 non-winners of 3 to 16 today.
It is a significant drop down, no doubt about it, but it's also a drop that's needed. And this horse has been running in cheaper races before. Looks to be a little better than turf, don't you think?
The only times this horse has hit the board have come on the turf, so we'll see. But it has not had a ton of opportunities on the dirt. We'll see with the drop if that can wake her up a little on the surface. Meanwhile, Flatoya, as we mentioned, now with Carl Broberg, just claimed off a win with Robertino Diodoro. That was as the favorite for 10,000 non-winners of 2, and that was here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I don't want this horse moving up into tougher against non-winners of 3. I respect Carl Broberg, but if you like the horse at a decent price, I'm not in love with this horse. She's okay off the last race, I guess.
She was forwardly placed, yet more speed. And are you a little bit against all the speeds in this race because there is so much?
No, the speed I'm going to use is the number 6 because she's the outside stalker in the speed, so I don't think she'll be under the gun as much. And the other thing about her is she's dropping out of significantly tougher races. I mean, she's the one who's taking the significant drop in class. Now, maybe it'll turn out to be a negative, but she was in 2 straight races that she had absolutely no chance to win.
But, well, you can make cases for and against a lot of these in here, and even with blinkers, she was a 1-5 favorite at Belterra, and she got beat.
That's never good.
Usually not.
Yeah. The record of horses off of defeats at 1-5 at Belterra is not strong, but she did come back and avenge that loss at Ellis Park.
Yeah, and did have a little bit of traffic trouble as well before we beat up on her too much.
She was in tight in the back.
Yes.
Or so they say.
3 minutes to post in this third here at Oaklawn. We'll get back to it in a moment. Back at Aqueduct. Start of that late pick 5. Latin Casino does not disappoint first time out at 8-1.
No, and nice to see Nick Juarez get the win yesterday. He was the third rider involved in the spill here yesterday. Fortunately, he was not hurt, and he's riding. And he had just been coming off a bit of an injury. He had been out for quite a while, so nice to see him back. And a nice one for Kelly Breen and assistant trainer John Atfield.
Yeah, Dylan Davis, Jorge Vargas, the 2 riders that were injured yesterday, and they're off all their mounts today. We wish them a speedy recovery. But Latin Casino, son of Liam's map for Kelly Breen. Is this the way you want to start your career? Impressive victory like this right out of the gate, and pays $18.40. Take a chance. Secret Potion, the 2 Chad Brown runners will take 2nd and 3rd. And anytime you beat that barn in a pick 5 as well, you set yourself up for a nice score.
The pick 5s are paying very, very well. We haven't seen any huge prices in the sequence, and they're all paying pretty strongly. And I'll tell you something about Secret Potion. Probably go back to the turf, I would guess, when we start turf racing again. This is a good horse to bet against. You know, a rule of thumb when you deal with a trainer like Chad Brown, when they've had a number of chances, and she's now been 2-1, 7-2, 5-2, 6-5, and 6-5, and lost every time, Chad Brown wins with these horses. When they don't win, just bet against them going forward. Doesn't mean they won't occasionally beat you, but find somebody else. Chad Brown wins like like any really top trainer. When they got a horse that's good enough, they win with them in their first 2 to 3 starts.
They
usually
make it count. Yeah. Back to Hot Springs. Still favoritism on Pick Up the Phone. Here from this inside post. We both see reasons to play against in this spot. Certainly could win.
Yeah.
And you would think, too, I mean, that was the first start back. That March 4th race was the first off a layoff. Mm-hmm. Probably going to improve. But there's a lot of pace in the race, stepping up in class, and didn't get it done as the favorite last start.
And she was dropping off a cliff for that race after running 2 bad races. And, you know, I just remembered who she is. She's that horse that came to Saratoga from Jorge Navarro, and she went up to Saratoga with Todd Pletcher, and she disappointed a couple races. And remember that race at Churchill, recoded? Her form is just disintegrated, and I kind of wonder, is she being overbet because it's Ricardo Santana, and he just takes too much money down there? He's a fabulous rider. I'm not trying to knock him, but his horses get badly overbet down at Oaklawn Park. It's not his fault.
Because he wins so much.
It's the curse of success. I mean, it's true of top trainers. I mean, that's why, you know, the top trainers rarely have positive ROIs because all their horses are just overbet. So even if they have an ROI of $1.75, like Todd Pletcher does with so many categories, that's actually good. They're being the takeout despite being overbet. But Ricardo Santana's overbet, and as a bettor, you have to look to try to take advantage of that. And I would try to beat her. I think Awesome Indra's a little interesting. Her race 2 back gives her a chance in here. And last time out, before she got claimed, and I realize the trainer that's had no success here, to be fair, but is a winning trainer overall, this horse got in significant trouble in that race, and I want to give her another chance.
Loading up. Heavy favorite on the rail. Pick Up the Phone. Going to be interesting to see, too, if she can get the lead. The 3, Flatoya has speed. La Rosa Drive, the 4 has speed. So does the 6, Blinkers. And even Awesome Indra is not slow as well. Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's the 3rd from Oaklawn Park.
They're at the post. They're off. Pick Up the Phone breaks right on top and goes for the front from Flatoya and La Rosa Drive. Then comes Blinkers and She's Fire and Ice with Beauty Day and Awesome Indra. 3 lengths, first to last up the backstretch. Pick Up the Phone has company up front from Flatoya and a 3-wide Blinkers. And there goes Blinkers up into challenging position, leaving the backside. Awesome Indra is 4th at the rail and 2 from the front. She's a length and a half in front of She's Fire and Ice. Then comes La Rosa Drive and Beauty Day, Blinkers, and Pick Up the Phone, the 2 favorites around the far turn. Pick Up the Phone half a head in front, not anymore. Blinkers puts her head in front. Pick Up the Phone comes right back at her, and these two quicken away now. Pick Up the Phone at the rail, Blinkers outside. Awesome Indra's off the rail, and she comes on in 3rd, top of the stretch. Pick Up the Phone cuts the corner and leads. Now she's a length and a half in front of Blinkers in a 2nd. To the outside, Awesome Indra has a chance. She's moved into 2nd. Pick Up the Phone, a final furlong to get in a 2-length lead. Awesome Indra, Blinkers, late charge from La Rosa Drive. It's Pick Up the Phone and Awesome Indra. Pick Up the Phone, Awesome Indra getting close. Pick Up the Phone, Awesome Indra. Pick Up the Phone. Just held on over Awesome Indra. Blinkers was 3rd. The other 4 across the track for 4th.
Pick Up the Phone, holding off that late charge from Awesome Indra. Nice selection here. 2 comes up a little short.
Yeah, that was a tough beat. She got a perfect trip in Awesome Indra. You can't complain about that. And, you know, one of the reasons that Ricardo Santana probably gets bet, he wins a lot of races, is he rides like this. She was not the speed in here, but he had the rail, and he said, I know there's other speeds in here, but I'm going. If they want to go, they've got to run with me. And that really made the difference. And Pick Up the Phone ran the best race in here. She fought off the challenge. The 6 got to her. The horse that I thought was the one that she had to deal with, Blinkers. Blinkers fell off. My horse had no excuse. You know, a horse like Awesome Indra is a tough beat because she's a big price. But she had no excuse. She had an absolutely perfect trip.
Favorite gets the win, 13-1. Meanwhile, Awesome Indra. It's becoming the best rivalry in the game right now. It's in the 3-year-old filly division. Travel Column takes the upper hand after her performance in the Fairgrounds Oaks over Clairiere. We'll take a look back when we return.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga. He won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. Top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Helium.
It's Helium in a huge effort.
The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires distorted humor, Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gaining late, far outside. Guitar Tribute who's storming home.
Mama was raising horses. They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1. Shine through, gotta get in, it's a winning. All the world's been waiting on you.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Nope.
Who's that clown we're hearing?
I'll tell you what, mister.
Oh, hey, I didn't know our mics were. What's up, Jonathan? We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us here on Fox Sports 1. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Cool scenes from Claiborne. Back at Oaklawn in the third, and the favorite, Ricardo Santana Jr., got to give him credit. Put this filly in a winning position from the get-go.
No question about it. Ricardo said, if somebody wants to go with me, then they have to go. But there were other speeds, and he said, I got the rail. I have no choice. I've got to go. And she was best. I wasn't a fan. You weren't a big fan. And she really was the best today. I bet the 2, and the 2 was a great bet at 13-1. But she unfortunately came up about a head short. But she had a perfect trip as well.
Got to rewrite these races for 6 furlongs and 100 yards.
Yeah.
6-5 favorite gets the win. $4.40, 13-1. You could have made money in this race too. Put the favorite on top with Awesome Indra in second. That exacted $37.60 for $2.
I was not smart enough to have it.
Got to bet to win.
I bet to win, and I boxed with the 6. I was wrong about the 1. Listen, I was wrong about the 1. I didn't like the 1. What are you going to do?
A lot more coming up at Oaklawn. We'll set the stage for the 4th here coming up in just a moment. We're going to visit with Jonathan Kinchin too shortly. We have a lot coming up from Fairgrounds as well, and this is becoming a very fun rivalry to watch in the 3-year-old filly division between Travel Column and Clairiere. Travel Column took the goldenrod. Clairiere returned the favor of the Rachel Alexandra, and then Travel Column takes the lead in this rivalry with this performance in the Fairgrounds Oaks.
Yeah, and listen, she's up 2-1, and this was a decisive win, winning by almost 3 lengths. In all fairness, it was an extremely tepid pace in here, and she was right on top of it. And Clairiere doesn't have any speed. She wasn't able to catch up. I think it's a lot closer, the gap between these two, but it's a 2-1 right now. And after a narrow victory by Clairiere last time, you have to say the Travel Column is the leader. But they will likely meet up again in the Kentucky Oaks, continue the rivalry.
She was an expensive purchase, $850,000 at the Saratoga sale. She is living up to the billing. Brad Cox, her trainer, who of course also trains Monomoy Girl, and She Dares the Devil. Got another good filly here, and he says she has been good since day 1. But as you mentioned, that was the story in this race. There was no pace. So Clairiere really was up against it and didn't have a chance. And Joe Talamo, he had a huge smile on his face as he was rounding that final turn because she was making up a ton of ground, and they really feel going longer, 1 1/8, that she's going to make a big difference.
No, I mean, listen, I've liked Clairiere, and we've talked about her quite a bit, you and I, because we've seen all her races really here. She's been good her whole career. And these are 2 very, very nice fillies, and it's interesting. They sort of emerged in that race at Churchill on their closing weekend last year, and there were so many other good ones, because what we saw in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies was a really strong group. That bunch hasn't come back. Simply Ravishing hasn't run. Day Out of the Office hasn't run. The winner of the race came back, and she ran poorly in her first start. So really, it's kind of these 2 now that have asserted themselves. We saw some decent performances out in California by a Bob Baffert and a Mike McCarthy horse, and we saw a nice performance here by Search Engine as well. But I think right now these 2 are the 2 leaders heading the Kentucky Oaks. But once again, there are races like the Ashland, the Gazelle, and the race at Oaklawn Park as well, which name I'm forgetting at the moment because I'm getting old. No, thank you. And we'll find out more about these horses. Yeah, the Oaks Prep at Oaklawn that I'll remember as soon as I get off the air.
Not the same ring to it as the first Saturday in May because it does move, but they will meet up again. The last
Fantasy.
There you go. Grade 2 Fantasy. Final Friday of April is when they meet for the Kentucky Oaks. 1 1/8 will be the contest there. And with that, with more pace, could be a totally different story for Clairiere.
No, absolutely. And both these fillies have shown that they are very, very talented. Travel Column, though, does have an edge because she has that tractability. She's shown an ability to be able to rate, but she also can put herself into position, whereas Clairiere has shown that she is a pace-dependent horse. So in that regard, Travel Column, whether she may have an edge on talent as well, but she definitely has an edge in tractability that will serve her well in Kentucky. But they're both very good horses.
Back to New York.
Thank you.
Aqueduct behind us, and we're getting set for the 5th coming up, which will kick off the late pick 4. New York Breds Allowance Optional Claiming Group, 6 furlongs, 2-1 on Impossible Donna. Bruce Levine, beaten favorite last time out. Kendrick Carmouche, he'd been on Quality Stones the last couple of starts. He's going to stay with Impossible Donna. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Thanks, Greg. And they're about to get riders up here in the paddock. So we'll start with Impossible Donna. And I was a little disappointed in her last time. It could have been a function of the racetrack in which Ruvies in Time rode the rail around there and set the pace and cleared off to win. But it wasn't as if she was that wide, and she was right there on top of the pace. And last time, I admit, when she won in breaking through that State Bred A, other than I didn't love the way she looked. And again, I can say the same thing. But on the other side, she ran about the same figure that she always does. And maybe that's just her. Maybe it's just the winter and that she doesn't look as good as she does in the summer. I don't know, but I'd be willing to look elsewhere, as I do want to bring up a quick note on number 2, My Roxy Girl. You see that voided claim, and yes, sometimes they can be administrative or clerical. This one, though, it was a vet voided claim. So upon advice of the veterinarian, she was off or lame after her race, so therefore the claim voided. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. 5 minutes away from this 5th race. Might be a little bit more than that because they're just coming onto the track right now. Start with Baby Boss, rider change here, Manny Franco for Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
Expect to see Manny try to be aggressive from the inside off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. She's definitely a player here.
5-2 right now. Actually, 2-1 is your favorite. 9-2 on My Roxy Girl, Charlie Baker.
I like her chances. Does the voided claim concern me a little bit? Yes. She actually ran very well in there, though. She chased outside against a gold rail, and she ran a respectable buyer figure. I like her chances.
Eloquent Speaker, she ran good against Impossible Donna a couple of starts back, and then she returned to win in the mud.
She did, and she probably was best against Impossible Donna 2 races back. She won last time at a short price. This is tougher.
Speed of the speed, it looks like here. Quality Stone's Trevor McCarthy.
One thing we've seen from Trevor McCarthy, he's not rating speed horses, so she's going. But, Greg, I just don't think she's good enough.
Yeah, had the lead last start and could not finish, but today will be second off the bench. 5-2 on Impossible Donna, Kendra Carmouche.
She was dramatically overbet in her last start, but she did chase outside against a gold rail, and all first 3 finishers spent, if not all, the majority of the race on the rail.
Yeah, that was, for her, a rarity. She usually runs a very good effort. Fight on Lucy, rounds out the field on the outside. Pat Kelly.
She had a benefit of staying inside before angling out, and she did run, though, her best figure of all time last time.
He's the hottest trainer at the meet right now, and he's got an opportunity to pad his stats right here. Leading trainer, Rudy Rodriguez, just claimed this one off of Jamie Ness, who's an outstanding claiming trainer in his own right. Baby Boss, just 5th, beat 3 lengths at this level at a short price.
Yeah, and that was a race that ended up falling apart in the late stages. Now, one of the reasons it did was the rail was not the place to be. She spent a reasonable portion of the race down towards the inside, and especially late, and I think that really hurt her chances as the winner made a big, big run from well back in here. Actually, no, we're looking at a different race, actually. I'm sorry, we're looking at the race that 2 races back where she finished second, where she kind of got intimidated and she fell back. Last time out, she didn't run as well, but the race did fall apart. I think one of the thinking here, too, is that Jamie Ness, who wins at a high percentage out of town, has had next to no success, basically no success in winning races when he shipped horses to New York in the recent times. And now you go from Jamie to Rudy Rodriguez, who wins here. But can he do whatever? You know, why was this horse not running necessarily the races out of town? Though, frankly, she ran fast enough to win here. She just wasn't quite good enough.
As good a meet as he's having, doesn't have to win them all. Rudy Rodriguez got beat with an even money shot early on in the card today, so we'll see what happens here. Meanwhile, Eloquent Speaker, we told you she won in the mud last time out. She was 3-5 in that race, so she was supposed to win, and she did.
Yeah, she found the right field. Now, Waylon Josie, who finished second to her, she did come back to win. She's fine. I mean, she's a nice horse. I thought she was a little bit unlucky when she lost to Impossible Donna. My concern with both Eloquent Speaker and Impossible Donna is they might just be a little bit on the slow side. I think if the 1 or 2 both run one of their better races, I just thought they were a little bit faster than them. That's why I prefer the 2 inside runners. No great shakes.
Well, right now, 4-1 on Eloquent Speaker. She's a daughter of Flatter. Luis Cardenas will be aboard. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And sometimes that ability to run faster does come with age, as the 1 and the 2 in here are 6-year-old mares, whereas Eloquent Speaker, she is a 4-year-old. And I feel as though she might have that upward trajectory, because for me, this is the best I've seen her look. She's sharp. Her weight and conditioning and muscle mass are about as good as I've ever seen from her here for Tony Dutrow, who is experiencing a very successful winter meet here at the Big A. she is ultimately going to be my pick. I know she hasn't run quite as fast as some of the others in here, but I do feel as though there's some upside with her. And then number 6, Fight on Lucy. She comes in here second off the bench for Pat Kelly. I thought she looked great, and I liked her effort last time. So you're not getting the best price on her right now at 5-1, but I wouldn't shy away from taking her either. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. She's 2 for 21 lifetime, and yes, she is taking significant support right now, down from 12-1 to 5-1.
I always ask myself when I see a horse run an unusually fast number, was there something that led to it, other than the fact that maybe she just improved? And in her case, I think it was a function of being down inside on a gold rail for almost all the race before angling out in the later stages. So I thought she had a very good trip. We'll see. Overall, I think she's just too slow to compete. Though she does have the one race at Belmont Park, she would need this race to fall apart. Is there enough speed for it to fall apart? Well, the potential speed Quality Stones is not likely to hold on.
Fairly hot pace for her to run into last start, too?
Yes. I think it was. And I think she was more picking up pieces and kind of got third by default due to the trip and the pace dynamic. She's okay. I'm not going to be shocked when she runs okay, but I think she's overbet at 5-1. The horse I like, My Rixie Girl, obviously there's a story that she can't run it all anymore because she's supposed to be about 5-2 in this race. She's not getting bet. Maybe that voided claim is scaring people off. Maybe they're right. I'm not going to go with that.
9-2 on the 2. My Roxy Girl, who was 5-2 on the morning line.
Well, I mean, she and the 1 are faster than the other horses in this race, and I think that does make a certain amount of difference. Faster horses are usually better. Everybody says, well, the claim was void last time. Okay, well, she still chased 2 wide against a gold rail and ran a Beyer speed figure of 76, which is near the figure she runs every time while running against the track. So she didn't do any running in that race that suggests there was a problem. That doesn't mean that something didn't happen on the way out, but she also comes back running for $40,000, so it's not like she's being dropped by her connections. We'll see. Maybe she is as dead on the board of the 2 as a horse can be, and maybe that'll be the case, but to me, she's value at 5-1, and I'm betting her.
Again, pick 4. It starts in this race. See the pool size there? Close to 120,000 and growing. You can play it through Naira Bets. And leading barn at this meet with the favorite who you're looking at right here, Manny Franco on Baby Boss, who has a variety of ways in which she can win a race.
Yeah, she has speed. I think Manny has to go for position. All likely the 4 will go, but he's got to hold that position inside of her. And I think that'll create a better pace scenario for My Roxy Girl as well. But I'm scared of Baby Boss in here. It's interesting she's favored because she's the third choice in the doubles, would be with a 3 and 5 taking more money than her. And Ludi is the leading trainer. But keep in mind, look at Charlie Baker, who trains the 2. He's winning at 20% with 60 starters. Rudy's at 21% with 154 starters. Charlie Baker is having quietly having a tremendous meeting here.
I still think, maybe the most underrated trainer on the circuit.
Couldn't agree more. He's a trainer. If I had horses, that I would be more than happy to let him train them. Feel more than lucky to let him train him, frankly. I think Charlie is a terrific trainer.
9-2 on his 6-year-old mare here, My Roxy Girl, but there's the favorite for Rudy Rodriguez, and you said it. Yes, strength in numbers for the barn right now. They're winning a 21% clip from 156 starters. Baby Boss, the favorite, steps in. Anthony Stabile with the call to kick off this late pick 4 here from Aqueduct.
We're waiting on Quality Stones, Impossible Donna, and Fight on Lucy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Impossible Donna goes to the lead. There's Baby Boss, and now rushing up is Quality Stones, and Trevor McCarthy puts Quality Stones on the front end. Baby Boss back in second. My Roxy Girl third. Eloquent Speakers fourth. After a good break, Impossible Donna's wrangled back to fifth. The trailer is Fight on Lucy. Quality Stones rambling along on the front end. She's 3 parts of a length in front of Baby Boss through a 22 and 4 opening quarter. My Roxy Girl makes it 3 across the track as the field makes their way midway on the far turn. Impossible Donna fourth. Eloquent Speaker back in fifth. The trailer still Fight on Lucy. My Roxy Girl with a 3-wide sweep to the lead over Baby Boss. Quality Stones begins to backpedal. Impossible Donna swings into action 4 wide through a 46 and 2 half. My Roxy Girl leads them into the stretch. Here comes Impossible Donna. Far outside, Eloquent Speaker bears down at My Roxy Girl, who tries to hold her off. My Roxy Girl past the 8th wall, but Eloquent Speaker goes right on by. And Eloquent Speaker has a half-length lead. Now a length on My Roxy Girl, who battles on in second. But coming to the line, it's Eloquent Speaker, a length and a half winner of race 5 over My Roxy Girl. Impossible Donna and Fight on Lucy. Final time for the 6 furlongs was 1:12 and 4.
Eloquent Speaker, back-to-back wins, 3-2-5 finish.
Yeah, Eloquent Speaker made a nice run. And, Maggie made an interesting point that maybe she's just a horse that's improving. And she is a horse that had shown some talent earlier in her career. And I got to say, I can't be more happy than seeing Tony Dutrow, the kind of year he's having. He's having, his 8th win in 21 starters. This is the Tony Dutrow that we knew for so many years, an excellent trainer who got the most out of his horses. Won the Alabama back 5 or 6 years ago, and he just couldn't win a race for 2 or 3 years. Well, he didn't forget how to train, and I'm thrilled to see Tony getting back into the winner's circle again.
Gets another one here, as Andy mentioned. He's in the 30s from a winning percentage. Eloquent Speaker, Maggie, giving him another one here.
Yeah, and I just want to echo the sentiment that Andy brought up. It's so good to see Tony back doing what he does best. There were some personal and health issues that I think he had to deal with, and now he is out at the track every morning. He is on the pony every morning. I love riding by and saying, "Hey, Tone, what's up?" He goes, "Hey, hon," in our Maryland accents, and he had this horse ready, and she is getting better with each and every start. So well done, and taking advantage of a kind of a hot pace up front, but not that hot, and I just think she ran really well to break through this condition.
Gets it done as, well, 5-2 in the end on the board. She went off as one of 3 who went off at that price, co-favorite.
And Maggie, I think she once stayed at Tony's when she first came to Saratoga. He may have been her landlord. But of course, they have that Maryland connection going way back. But I agree. I mean, Maggie and I are both friendly with Tony, but it's more than that. You see a guy who's, things have gone badly for him, and you just know this guy is too good a trainer for this to be the case. And for whatever reasons, he's not a bad trainer. It's great to see him winning again.
Holy Bull, Jim Dandy, Shuvi, Bed of Roses, Cumley, Bayshore, just a few of the races he's won over the course of his career. Having a terrific meet right now, and he gets another one here. We're going to head to New Orleans at the Fairgrounds. We're going to be on the turf at a mile and 16th here in this maiden special weight coming up. Favorite right now, Rochambeau at 4-5.
Rochambeau is 0-for-10 with 5 seconds. Been a short price in 7 of those starts. I got to tell you, if Rochambeau doesn't win this race, Greg, he will never win. I mean, you've got to be kidding me, right?
5 seconds and 10 career starts. It does look like today is the day. It's time for our Twin Spires market mover. And there he is at 3-5. By the way, he is a 5-year-old. Now starting for the 11th time in his career after those 5 seconds, including each of the last 3, although one of them he's DQ'd and placed 4th. But it does look like today's the day to get it done. If you want to bet the market mover, anybody else in this race, go to twinspires.com. You can download the app as well. Take advantage of that $200 new player bonus. Use the code GET200 at sign up.
I like the 4 implication. He comes out of a very live maiden race at Tampa, won by a Chad Brown European for Peter Brandt. A first-timer on the turf for Bill Mott was second in there. I thought this horse is very, very live in here. Implication, a Son of Warfront. I'm betting the 4 implication and a 4-8 exacta.
There's a few interesting horses in this race. One of them is part of the entry here, Winners Club. This horse shot out to the front, opened up 6 lengths early on. This was a Woodbine at the end of his 3-year-old campaign. Had a 3-length lead in the stretch, and he got run down.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay. The horse who finished second isn't bad, Opus North. The winner was a first-timer on the turf. So I don't think he's impossible in this race. I thought he ran a very credible race there. I agree. These horses have upside. Horses like Winners Club and Implication have upside. I don't think Rochambeau may win, but he has no upside.
And even the other half of the entry, and that horse looks somewhat intriguing as well, getting on the turf for the first time last start in his 3-year-old campaign. But it's 3-5 on the 8. As you look at the prices from back at Aqueduct, Eloquent Speaker again kicking off the late pick 4 with the victory $7.60. Another win for Anthony Dutrow, Luis Cardenas, and Anthony Matola and White Owl Stable team up for the victory.
Yeah, she got the job done. The pace was quick. I really do think the 2 ran the best race. I'm not just saying that because I picked her, because if you look at the 2 horses, Baby Boss and the other one that were involved with the pace with her, they finished well back. But give credit to Tony and Eloquent Speaker. He's got her going in the right direction.
So with a horse like this, 4-5 on Rochambeau, you look at regularly hitting the 80s in terms of buyer speed figures, always in the hunt. Why hasn't this horse been able to break through?
Well, that's really the concern. Now, obviously, the field is much easier in today's race. So maybe the horse has just continuously been finding horses that were better horses. But as you well know, and I know you agree, horses that are 0 for 10 with 5 seconds, they're horses that are good bet against in these races all the time. Doesn't mean they can't win, but, I mean, listen, to be fair, Gear Jockey came back and actually ran very well in a subsequent start. The horse beat last time. And there are some decent names. I mean, Gray's Creek, who beat this horse 4 back, is a very talented Chad Brown runner. So there are some good horses in here, but, man, she's been short prices, 5 seconds. It's a 4-8 exacta box for me and the 4 implication to win.
5-year-old, odds-on favorite from the outside post, trying to break his maiden career start, number 11. John Dooley with the call from the fairgrounds.
Rated firm. Closing day of the meet next Sunday. It's even money favorite Rochambeau will be last to load. To follow Implication in. Now the favorite, Brian Hernandez Jr. for Cherie DeVoe, who won our second of the day with Gam's Mission at 143.68 firm. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Implication broke inward. Toward the inside, there's Blue Boon along with Schliavanti, who just leads at the inside for James Graham. It's Schliavanti from Blue Boon, Implication, and the gray and blue stripes close up, as is the favorite Rochambeau, who's 4th on the outside. Winners Club holds the rail and is looking to gain ground as they head toward the clubhouse turn. It's Schliavanti who leads from Blue Boon, with on the inside Winners Club and the Black Silks, and Implication corners wide in 4th as these maidens go to the back of the course. And Sky We Trust is partnered with Rochambeau between horses at the 5.5. Then comes Graves Mill Road in the Lothenbach Blue. Magna Ride End goes to the Mumbo, has dropped back to 9th and last, 23.85 seconds for the lead part as they head toward the half-mile pole. It's Schliavanti who leads Blue Boon by a length and a half. Winners Club of ground saving 3rd with Implication traveling out deep on the course in 4th. Rochambeau looks to gain in behind horses for Brian Hernandez Jr. to a half-mile from home. In Sky We Trust goes to the Mumbo, comes probing up the rail there for Declan Carroll. The trailers are Graves Mill Road and Magna Ride. Half-mile in 48.86 seconds. Around the far turn, Schliavanti goes. Still tracked by Blue Boon. It's Schliavanti. Blue Boon's been right there with the front runner. Schliavanti leads them for the quarter pole. Top of the stretch. Schliavanti, Blue Boon, Winners Club now pulls out, and here's Winners Club's bid for Colby Hernandez. It's Schliavanti still, 3/4, 1 minute 12.96 seconds. Winners Club, Schliavanti on the outside. Rochambeau goes to the Mambo, rallying up the rail. In Sky We Trust and Blue Boon flattened out. They're close to home. It's Winners Club. Rochambeau goes to the Mambo. Winners Club scores the winning run from Rochambeau. Goes to the Mambo. Was 3rd. His teammate 1. Then Schliavanti from In Sky We Trust, Blue Boon, Implication, Graves Mill Road.
All right, well, Winners Club crosses the wire first, but let's take a look here in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see Colby Hernandez sort of forces the other horse out to make room, and there will be an inquiry here, and the number 8, Rochambeau, may have actually found the way to get to the winner's circle, finish second and have the winner get disqualified. I'm not saying it's going to happen. There will be an inquiry. I don't know how the stewards will rule, but clearly this horse fouled the 3 getting through as Colby Hernandez looked for room. Even he gets put up. I mean, Rochambeau. Listen, the one got, forget about the fouling. The one got a great ride, right? Perfect trip, saving ground, angling out. But Rochambeau, my God, he goes in the stretch. He goes, I don't want to go by.
A little bit of that, it would seem, if, well, just in terms of the finish, forget what happens if there is a change. 6th time in his career He's finished second in 11 starts.
Yeah, now we'll see. I mean, obviously we don't know. There's been a steward's inquiry. I can't believe there won't be an inquiry. I'd have to think that everybody saw this horse come through. I didn't see the head on. I don't really know how the stewards view different fowls down there, but this does seem one there should be an inquiry, and Rochambeau, the favorite, might get placed first.
Meanwhile, the entry mate sneaking up the fence late in the stretch actually ran pretty good in just his second start on the grass.
I agree, as the space was coming apart in the late stages, and we'll see. I mean, I don't know if they've posted an inquiry or not.
Let's look at it one more time in here. So keep your eyes on Winners Club and this move where he comes out to make room for himself. Boxed in right now. Well, we've passed it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he comes out there and he forces the number 3 out who may have come into the 8. I don't know. You know, without seeing a head-on, you don't know how severe it was. I'm not familiar, as I said, with the stewards down there, but boy, that looked like one that at least they should be taking a look at. And it's possible this horse could be involved, could come down. I'm not saying he will. It did, but it didn't look like there was a foul there. Have they posted anything? Have we seen the board?
We'll keep you posted.
Guess not.
No question it's being looked at. All right, here's a good chance. Keep your eyes on the fence with the 1. Black cap.
And the rider in the 3 is doing the right thing, Gabriel Saez. He's keeping the horse in. And so what happens? Oh, this horse clearly bumped into the other horse. Now, will they take him down? I don't know. But this horse did foul the other horse. I don't think it's
let
close.
me ask you, does it cost the 3 a placing?
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. I don't know how they adjudicate. Was the 3 tiring and not going to be anywhere? Do they look at fouls that way? I don't know. And I'm trying to get their feet up and see, in fact, if they've even posted an inquiry yet. There's no inquiry posted. I don't get it.
One more look. And the 3 did have plenty of chance to correct. There's the bump.
They don't even have it. Come on. I haven't seen a head-on, like I said, but this horse committed a blatant foul.
A lot of
in the
times,
stretch.
too, a lot of tracks will do, and I think Churchill Downs used to do this well. They'll be looking at it. They won't necessarily post the inquiry sign.
Right. I think that is a terrible injustice, and I'm not saying it hasn't happened here before. That's a terrible injustice to the bettors. The bettors need to know that they are being defended by all people in racing. And if there is a bump, I don't have a problem with looking at it and saying it wasn't a foul. And I don't have a problem with, by the way, maybe the 3 was going nowhere, and I'm not saying justice would have been served by this horse coming down. To be fair, I'm not saying that at all, but they should be looking at it. Come on.
Oaklawn prices, current odds for the 4th here. Mile 16th. This is a state-bred race for 10,000 maiden claimers trying to get that first win on the resume. Long and Tall drops for the first time in for maiden claiming. This is a nosedive here, 6-5 favorite.
Somebody is 6-5. Wait, we're looking at the 4th. Oh, someone's 6-5 in here. I got one in here, Greg.
Okay.
The 3 Feminine Allure.
Talk to me.
You know, the Dam was a very good turf router. And even the foals she's had that have run okay on the dirt have run much better going long. I mean, she's running the same awful speed figures that everybody else is going 6 furlongs. Isn't she a horse that could really improve stretching out? I mean, look at the PPs of the 1. It's 6-5 right now. I understand everything's relative, but this horse followed her 37 Beyer debut in the slop with a wicked 25 Beyer in her next start.
And look, both 2 sprints now stretches out. Those were against bettors, against State Bred Maiden Special. Yeah. This is the bottom, State Bred Maiden 10.
No question.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. I'm with you. And it's an X factor, too. She even wants to go this long.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm not – I think she's probably kind of the horse to beat. I thought the 1, 2, and 3 were the 3. But of the horses for pedigree, I like the pedigree on the number 3. And I know you've told me you love those Moonshine Mullins stretching out. Greg told me earlier, he says, nothing I like more than a Moonshine Mullen stretching out on the dirt.
I actually thought the 9 was intriguing in here. This horse was off for close to a year. Forwardly placed for State Bred Maiden 20, weakens to 4th in an 11-horse field, and now 2nd off the bench in the second time dropping in here, and being, well, a little bit of an overlay at 8-1. We'll see. Second time off a long layoff. We'll see if she can last longer.
Greg, you could tell me you liked the number 11 in this race, and I wouldn't criticize your pick.
It's a 10-horse field, for those of you who didn't know.
Didn't get the bad joke.
On the rail, Long and Tall. Getting easier competition, Vic Stauffer with the 4th from Hot Springs, Arkansas.
2 more now. Spots Main Girl and Danzig Star. They're at the post. And they're off. D likes this one, and Thursday morning shows speed. Thursday morning to the front, but D likes this one, going to move through and take the lead. So D likes this one is the leader. Thursday morning is next, then Feminine Allure and Marquee Cowboy to the outside, and Danzig Star. Then comes Long and Tall at the rail. She was a bit sluggish into stride. Cyber Sneaker outside of her. Then it's 4 lengths further back to Spot's Main Girl and Ella's My Girl, and the trailer is Backgate Bell. An enterprising, pumped-up leader to the backstretch. D likes this one is 6 lengths in front with 5 furlongs left to go. D likes this one is the clear-cut leader from Feminine Allure and Thursday morning. Long and Tall is angled to the 3-path by David Cabrera, and she's now 3.5 lengths from the front because D likes this one is only 2 lengths in front at the half-mile marker. Then comes Marquee Cowboy and Cyber Sneaker, 5 lengths further back to Spot's Main Girl, who passes Danzig Star. Ella's My Girl, and still Backgate Bell is the trailer, and the leader is still D likes this one. D likes this one around the far turn, now only a length in front of Thursday morning. Feminine Allure is at the rail, and here comes Long and Tall. Long and Tall going to run up and challenge D likes this one at the top of the stretch. It's these two, and Long and Tall has taken over the lead. D likes this one is second now by 3.5 lengths to Feminine Allure. Then comes Spot's Main Girl. Long and Tall is racing away. Long and Tall now 6 lengths in front of D likes this one in second. They come to the final 16th. It's a battle for second. It's no battle for the win as Long and Tall runs up the score and wins very easily. Long and Tall won by 10 lengths. D likes this one did hold second. Ella's My Girl might have got third. Spot's Main Girl might have got fourth.
Favorite. Massive drop in class, 2 sprints stretching out, and Long and Tall, double-digit length victory.
They knew.
Yes, they did.
One like 6-5
Even
was
money.
an overlay. I don't know if Feminine Allure would have been second, but it's always nice with a horse like that to get completely shut off in an easy spot, turning for home. But no doubt about it, Long and Tall, much the best.
Yeah, in the end, bet down to even money in here. Wins like it. That's what you want to see if you're betting an even money shot. You don't have to sweat it out at all.
Tough race to take even money, but this was much the best.
All right, Long and Tall gets it done. We'll have the prices from this when we return. Wins for the John Ortiz barn. Moonshine Mullen stretching out.
For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord.
Plans to prosper you and not to harm you.
Plans to give you hope and a future.
It's our hope that we'll soon be together again.
Because together, life is good.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
We are back on Fox Sports 1. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon with live action from Aqueduct at Fairgrounds in Oaklawn Park. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You can surf those waves near the Brooklyn Bridge. Almost.
I'm a big surfer. As probably you could imagine.
If you could
you
handle
know
the
me.
Probably, what, 5 degrees in those waters?
It is one of the cool things when you're taking the train out to Aqueduct. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but a lot of times, especially because it's getting warmer, you'll see people on the A train with their surfboards heading out to Far Rockaway to go surfing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You can bring your board out. You're a California guy. You must be a surfer, right, Greg?
I tried one summer at Del Mar. It did not go well.
I get nervous watching it on TV.
Got more coming up here at Aqueduct, approaching the 6-minute mark to post here in race number 6. We'll head downstairs for more. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, this is one of those kind of annoying races for me because the 2 horses that look best, which are the 1, Funny Bones Flag, and the 7, A Fleeting Glance, look best, but I cannot make any sense of them being win candidates on paper, to be honest. So let's kind of go middle of the road and check in with number 2, Did I Stutter, as she is looking to go 3 for 3 here at the Big A at this winter meet for her trainer, Lewis Linder. Maybe it's a one that the light bulb's gone off. She looks good. She looks fit. But sometimes with these horses, the first time they go long, it will be their best effort going long. And for me, she is built a little bit more like a sprinting type. So I like her. I respect her. We'll see how she does. As number 4, Fair Lassie, she looks to be maybe a speed? I'm not sure. Maybe not. As she stretches out physically, she looks as though she should handle it with no problem. She is a big, scopy girl. But why haven't they tried it, as this is her 22nd start in the past, Greg?
Yeah, we'll find out here. Coming up, Fair Lassie 5-1 on the board as they come onto the track for our post parade. We kick things off with Funny Bones Flag, 7-2 morning line, 9-1.
Yeah, going out for Charlie Baker, we talked about last time. She's not taking much money. She did have a bias aid win last time, but I think in this field, she's not impossible.
Yeah, she was a heavy favorite in that spot as well. Did I Stutter comes in off back-to-back wins.
I got to tell you, she was a little against the track last time and ran a huge figure. I don't know where the race came from because it's incongruous in any race she's ever run. But if she runs her last race, Greg, I think you'll agree, she'll win this race and win it for fun.
Career best by a mile. How often do you see them do that back-to-back?
That's the problem.
We'll find out. Wicked Amber, Randy Prasad sends this one out.
Yeah, I didn't think this horse was quite good enough, though she has some races that are in the punting distance.
Fair Lassie, the one Maggie who was just talking about, blinkers coming off and finally stretching back out for just the 2nd time in her career.
I was between 2 horses here, the 4 Fair Lassie and the 5 Mia Be a Star. I put her 2nd, but I respect Bruce Smith the claim. Does she want to go a mile, though? That's the question.
Here's the favorite in Linda Rice as this one, 1 at a mile, 2 starts back.
I never anticipate a short price, though I haven't looked at doubles to see if she'll be this price, but I'm hoping that she's more effective. Her last race, the race collapsed, and that didn't help her as a speed. Here, she should be in a comfortable stalking spot.
Pablo Morales, rider change on Poncho Song, who comes off a win.
Yeah, she got the money in a much slower race last time, 3-year-old against Olders.
Rider change on the outside as well. Manny Franco filling in for the injured Jorge Vargas. 15-length score at Aqueduct last start in a state-bred 25 maiden claimer.
Sometimes it's not how fast you go, but how fast the ones behind you are going.
That's well put. 14-1 on A Fleeting Glance. But there's Did I Stutter. Should be favored at post time. Is the favorite right now. Trying to make it 3 consecutive wins, all with Trevor McCarthy aboard. We'll be back.
I think that Collected has all the ingredients to be a phenomenal stallion.
Collected travelling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the Precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
We have a couple of phenomenal yearlings by him. He's got pedigree, he had the race record, he has the looks. I think that's a great recipe for success for Collected.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
DeMarshall Yeh offers breeders a rare opportunity. His pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams, including Classic winner Galileo Crone. A TDN Rising Star at 2, he went on to capture victories at Keeneland and Belmont, including the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes. By Sire of Sires Dubawi, whose top sons include the sensational sire Knight of Thunder. The only stallion by Dubawi in Kentucky, DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us here on FS1, a program brought to you by NYRA Bets, where you can play all the action. 100% deposit match of up to $200 for new members when you use that promo, match 200. Go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get involved. Jonathan Kinchin time on the show. JK, your thoughts here on the 6th from the Big A?
Yeah, I like the 2, Did I Stutter? You know, this is a horse where wasn't necessarily wide last time, but wasn't on the rail, which is where you've wanted to be a majority of this kind of late winter at Aqueduct. And so I think that, you know, Andy and I have talked about it before. We talk about how sometimes these racetracks can get a little bit biased. I'm more of the type that likes to play horses out of a biased racetrack versus trying to guess what's going to happen, what kind of trip I'm going to get on the day. Do I think Did I Stutter was like a complete, against the biased horse? No, he was close up to a track that was favoring inside speed, but he wasn't on the inside, and I think that helped. She wasn't on the inside. I like her in this spot if she could take advantage of that inside draw, get forward, hold her position, save ground, and hopefully run the figure that she ran last time despite where she was on the racetrack.
You know, it's an interesting thing about those biases in looking at them, and I don't know if Jonathan has any feelings in this one or the other. It seemed like there were a number of days here where the first race or two were run more fairly, and as the day wore on, it seemed as though speed, the inside, not speed, the inside, it was never speed, it was the inside. A lot of speed horses go to the rail. So I wonder if she was in the 2 path, if that was a day where maybe the bias wasn't an extreme, but at the end of the day, let's assume it's a fair racetrack, Jonathan, and she wasn't even against the racetrack. If she runs her last race, she's going to win again. I don't trust it, and I want to see it to believe it, but her last race was just fast, even if she was against it, it wasn't a bias at all. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Being in the mix of a pace situation is always an upgrade for me, especially when you're in between horses. Not the most comfortable place to be. And I wonder what you think about this, Andy. I've always had a theory that sometimes the earlier races can trick you because typically at most racetracks, there's smaller fields early, and it's harder for those biases to be as pronounced in smaller fields.
I don't know. You know, I know what you're saying. It's hard to determine them. I'm of the opinion that unless you've seen it over a course of a few days in a row, you want to watch a number of races before you make any conclusive decisions at all. And in those cases, just looking at races, and there have been quite a few days like this, it seemed to be fairish the first couple races. The day we're on, the rail just seemed to get very strong.
We'll see if Did I Stutter can make it 3 straight. Even money right now on the 2 filly. Trevor McCarthy, again, he's been on board for those last 2 wins, trying to do it again here in the 6th from Aqueduct. Anthony Stabile with the call.
We're waiting on Pancho Song and a fleeting glance. They're in the gate. Breaking through the gate was the number 1 Funny Bones Flag. Jockey Louis Cardenas was dismounted. Great job by the assistant starter hanging on. We're going to have a little delay here.
Let me ask you a question, Greg. Who would be worse if the assistant starters had to try to do our job or if you and I had to do their job?
No question, us trying to do their job. It would be a disaster. That is a difficult job. They are the unsung heroes of the racetrack. This horse does not get far away. Now they're going to check out this filly, and hopefully, if everything is okay, load her right back up. We would races wouldn't happen.
Well, they wouldn't. And the other thing is, it takes an incredible disposition to have that job because the horses will sense if you're getting nervous in there. And it's really, I have the greatest respect.
Back to Anthony Stabile.
6. And they're off. Funny Bones Flag breaks alertly and goes to the lead from her inside draw. Rushing up is Did I Stutter? Outside to the gray, Mia Be a Star, who have 2 lengths on Fair Lassie, who's in 4th. A Fleeting Glance outside is 5th. Wicked Amber 6th. The trailer is Poncho Song. Out of the chute and onto the oval, it's Funny Bones Flag by a length and a half. The odds-on favorite, Did I Stutter, looking for 3 in a row, a length and a half back in 2nd. Mia Be a Star's 3rd through an opening quarter of 24-4. We come back 2 lengths to Fair Lassie, who's 4th. The duo of A Fleeting Glance and Wicked Amber, 5th and 6th. 3 lengths back to Poncho Song, who trails 12 lengths from front to back as Funny Bones Flag continues on the front end. She's a length and a half in front of Did I Stutter, Mia Be a Star, and Kendrick Carmouche poised in 3rd. 2.5 lengths back to Fair Lassie, Wicked Amber, and A Fleeting Glance. The trailer still Poncho Song. A 49-second half mile. The field's midway on the far turn. Funny Bones Flag, Did I Stutter, ratchets up the pressure. Mia Be a Star swings into action. Fair Lassie is making up some ground with a 4-wide move as the field makes their way to the quarter pole. Funny Bones Flag confronted by Did I Stutter. These two separate themselves by a length and a half. Fair Lassie down the center of the track. Did I Stutter takes the lead away from Funny Bones Flag. They come to the 8th pole. A Fleeting Glance making up ground far outside Fair Lassie, trying to reel in Did I Stutter, who's trying to get another 16th of a mile. Did I Stutter and Trevor McCarthy trying to hold off Fair Lassie. Did I Stutter going to make it 3 in a row here in race 6. She held off Fair Lassie. Final time for the mile was 1:40 and 4.
Did I Stutter makes it 3 in a row, as you heard from Anthony Stabile and Trevor McCarthy. Nice little rapport with his 4-year-old filly.
I think Anthony was making a very subtle joke there. I appreciated it. And she really ran very well in here because if you look at this race, right, she's stalking the 1 who ends up finishing well back. The 5 is stalking outside of her. She finishes well back. Whereas the number 4 who finished 2nd here, she had a very, very cozy trip sitting well behind those horses and made the run. And even I think that was the number 7 horse, A Fleeting Glance, who made that run into 3rd. So this was essentially a pace that fell apart. And so even though it got close at the end, I think she was a much the best winner in here. And I don't know that she necessarily ran quite as well as she did last time, but she did a lot to confirm her last race.
Yeah,
It's a nice effort by her. I mean, a big favorite, and it was a narrow win, but I think it was a better win than it looks like on looking like watching the race.
Trevor McCarthy, patient, asked for more, and he gets it from this Daughter of Alternation, owned by Double B Racing Stables. It took a while, right, to get that first victory of her career. That didn't happen until the 12th time out. And now all of a sudden she's won 3 in a row.
She's completely turned her life around here for Louis Linder. He's done a great job with her. Give him all the credit. She ran a creditable race going 6 furlongs, got a little more distance, and she's just flourished. It's nice to see.
And the issue was probably there was a long stretch where she only ran on synthetic and turf. She's always run well in the dirt.
Correct. She's obviously better on this surface and getting back to it, but she's really stepped it up, and it's nice to see Louis Linder do well with this filly.
5th at the Fairgrounds in New Orleans. It's a maiden claiming event, $12,000 claiming tag, 3/4 of a mile the distance. Media Mendacity is the current favorite. The 4 will have the rail in this race and drops from, well, first of all, maiden special weight, then to maiden 30, now down to 12.5.
Oh, wait, we're at Fairgrounds. I'm trying to get straight here. I like the 6, Chambers Creek, over the 4, Media Mendacity. Back on the dirt.
Yeah, last time on dirt was in a maiden special.
Right.
And right now, 6-1. If you want to play this race or any of the action we're showing you, you can get signed up and started with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. And that $200 new player bonus is continuing to happen this afternoon. Download the Twin Spires app. Go to twinspires.com. Code is GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right away. JK, how do you see this 5th at the Fairgrounds?
Well, I mean, if you're new to the game, this is a maiden 12.5, 12,500. Every horse in this race is for sale. They have never won. That's what the maiden thing means. And this is the bottom. I mean, this is pretty close to the bottom. This is a pretty lower level horse that's never won. Who's not worth a ton when it comes to racehorses. And in this situation, I feel like the 4 Medium Mendacity is the one that you want because of the consistent drop in class. I think there's a lot of things working for this horse. If you look at the race 3 back at Keeneland, it was a maiden 50 at Keeneland. The difference between a maiden 50 at Keeneland and a 12.5 at Fairgrounds, I think, is a pretty big gap when you're looking at that class level. And so I think that if you look at that performance absolutely wins this race. Then the comeback race against maiden special weights, probably too sharp for her in that spot and probably too tough of competition. Then she goes long, and then she makes Andy happy with the cutback. I think the cutback and the drop in class are going to be key in this race. She might not have the perfect setup, but she's going to be rolling when the other ones are going to be stopping.
Real quick, we got to say goodbye to those watching on Fox Sports Prime Ticket and San Diego. You can go to NYRABets.com, catch the conclusion of our racing action this afternoon. You can also go to our YouTube page at NewYorkRacingAssociation.com, or you can click on over to Fox Sports 1. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon card. Again, we continue on FS1 here in a moment. All right, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin, Maggie Wolfendale with you here on this Sunday afternoon and loading up for this 5th at the Fairgrounds. It kicks off a Pick 5 sequence in New Orleans, and the one that Jonathan Kinchin was talking about has the rail Medium Mendacity, does have the rail the 4, is the favorite at 2-1 right now.
I like the 4 Medium Mendacity and the 6 Chambers Creek. I bet the bigger priced one, the 6 to win, and you bet an Exacta box 4-6.
John Dooley with the call, race 5 from the Fairgrounds.
Sebastian Saez, 'Tis a Queen. Now, Miss Unionist, James Graham meets leading jockey with a week to go. Jose Riquelme, Chambers Creek has joined the line. Mitch Murrell, Half Legend debuts at 6 furlongs. One more. Western Pedrosa with Smackfire. Half Legend's in. Now Smackfire's turn. Fast track here at the Fairgrounds. Good luck with your Pick 5 bets, all in line. And they're off. And 'Tis a Queen was slow to go. Miss Unionist also drifts back to last as they go up the back. Jersey Lily gets the jump on Chambers Creek, who sets off in pursuit. Jersey Lily, 3/4 length to Chambers Creek, with Danzel Lauren showing that positional pace in 3rd. Medium Mendacity in the purple cap, 4th for Schomburg Mahan, and joined out wide by the newcomer Thirsty Sister, running in 5th. And these leaders have stretched them out by some ways, going past the half mile. 5-year-old Brighton Morning Star, 'Tis a Queen, after breaking last, looks to gain on the far outside to 3 furlongs from home. The newcomer, Half Legend, comes up the rail, going past Brighton Morning Star. We trail back to Dad's Star Cat. Smackfire is running in 10th position, and Miss Unionist is a long-looking last as these maiden fillies and mare turn for home. The quarter was 21.83, half 45.49 seconds. Jersey Lily looking to finish them off. It's Jersey Lily, the leader for Brian Hernandez Jr. Lanes past the 8th pole by 5. Charging now Medium Mendacity, Chambers Creek, and then next is Danzel Lauren from Half Legend, who runs on toward the rail. Looking to reel in Jersey Lily as Medium Mendacity, and these are the 2. Jersey Lily needs the wire. Medium Mendacity on the outside. Jersey Lily holding on from Medium Mendacity's late bid. Half Legend was 3rd. Chambers Creek next from Dad Star Cat, Danzel Lauren, and Brighton Morning Star followed them home.
Jersey Lily holding off the favorite for the victory for the Bernie Flint barn.
Credit Brian Hernandez Jr. for being more aggressive than the rider on Chambers Creek. Seizing the lead, setting an honest pace. Another horse who was dropping down, and she held off, opened up the lead, and held off the 4. But no excuses for Medium Mendacity, the favorite. She had a little stretch to run her down, just not quite good enough.
Meanwhile, Jersey Lily, 8th time out, daughter of Fed Biz. Lowest level she has ever run at, and that usually makes a big difference, and it does here.
Yeah, no, that was a nice ride. Just love the good aggressive ride, taking no prisoners.
5-4-7 finish back at Oaklawn in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Current odds for the 5th race, Condition Claiming Group, $16,000 tag, 3/4 of a mile. And 7-5 on Jack Van Berg from that outside post.
You got to love a 1-for-24 horse at 6 to 7-5, don't you?
Who has been beat by the horse right next door, Change Direction as well. Here's the one, It's My Bag Baby. Been claimed a lot recently.
I know, 4 straight claims. And Brad Cox, Mike Maker, Robertino Diodoro. Nope, not for me.
8-1 Regalo for Kim Poole.
Does drop down a little bit off 2 sloppy track races. Perhaps a dry track will help the chances, but his next Diodoro.
Perfect Mistake is at 11-1, second off the claim.
Yeah, she seems like she's just a little too slow.
Takes a little bit of a drop down. Screen Star, the 5 at 15-1.
Another horse, second off a layoff, a little bit of a drop, but boy, would she need to improve.
Limbo's Promise, we'll see next. Taking money at 5-1, just 1 for 11.
I love Limbo's prospect getting back to a dry track where she's done her best running, and I thought her race 2 back was good enough. I like her chances. Rider switch as well.
Kicking Kirby at 9-1, does come in off a win, finally broke her maiden in the mud.
I always root for my friend Nick Zito, but took a long time to break her maiden.
And his, by the way, for
His.
Toby Keith's Dream Walk and Farm. Here's Change Direction. This is the one who beat Jack Van Berg, the favorite, or finished ahead of, I should say, last start.
Has one decent figure, some decent figures going back. Maybe she just needed the drop.
Yeah, you got a hot pace to close into last start. And then here's Jack Van Berg, who was part of that hot pace and then backed up a little bit.
Listen, and he ran fine in that race. I'm not knocking him on paper. In some ways, the horse to beat. But you're dealing with a horse that's 1-for-24 lifetime. I just can't endorse these horses at short price. And also remember, the horse who won the race they were in last time, that horse was 87-1.
Yikes.
Yikes is
3-2.
right.
Outside post here. We'll see if he gets to go a little bit slower this afternoon. Meanwhile, the 6 here, Limbo's Promise, finally getting on a fast main track. It's been a while.
Well, that was my thinking, Greg. I want to get this horse back. You go back to races, albeit at Prairie Meadows, but he was running figures that were just a little bit faster. Now, to be fair, he ran well. I mean, listen, he ran well enough to win this race 2 back in a much, much tougher spot. And now he's just dropping into a more reasonable spot. I think he should be somewhat forward in here. Likely the 9, as you suggest, is probably the speed here, Jack Van Berg. But I thought Limbo's Promise could be close and just thought he was a reasonable alternative. I like getting back to the fast track.
Well, Jonathan, the last time this horse we're looking at was on a fast main track. He was a winner. He broke his maiden at Prairie Meadows.
Yeah, look, I mean, you guys have said everything I was going to say about Limbo's Promise, why I think this horse is going to be my choice in here. So I'll give you another idea just to instead of repeating what you guys said. The 6 is my choice for every reason you guys mentioned. But I want to talk a little bit more about why I don't like the 9 in here who's taking all this money. Like Andy mentioned, this horse obviously is 1-for-24 in the career. That's a problem. But I think more for me, the biggest problem I see is the horse was dropped in for 15 back in November, couldn't win. Dropped in for 10, couldn't win. Now is switching barns again, and we're just expecting this horse to finally get the job done. And yeah, I probably just put this horse in the winner's circle, but these are the types of horses you have to try to beat. When they become the favorite by default, but there's nothing to really grab onto, these are the types of horses that I think you can really make money trying to beat. I think the 6 is the live horse in here with the horse that has kind of the dirty form running on sloppy and muddy racetracks, getting back to a fast track. Like you guys mentioned at Prairie Meadows, I think Limbo's Promise is the one you want. And to add one more thing about Limbo's Promise, this horse was entered in a starter allowance race back on the 13th. Didn't run in that race, but the fact that the trainer thought, let's see what happens, let's enter here, is a thing that gives me a little bit of confidence running against these $16,000 claimers.
All right, JK, thanks. And as he continues to talk about it, the price continues to come down.
Right. And what Jonathan's saying, just to expand on that, is that the Star Allowance race he ran in was a tougher field than this. So he's saying that the trainer had enough confidence to think, let me take a look at a tougher field. He ultimately didn't run, but it did show some confidence. And listen, I'm on him. Jonathan's on him. People are betting him now. He's got no chance.
We'll see if Kicking Kirby, the 7, pressures this favorite. If he does, could be problems. But if Jack Van Berg can clear under Calvin Burrell,
could be 2 for 25.
Could be. And we'll see what happens here. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 5 from Oaklawn Park.
And Jack Van Berg. They're at the post. They're off. Kicking Kirby is hard sent. Change direction is close to the pace. Jack Van Berg 3 deep. These 3 across the track. Screen Star and Limbo's Promise are next. Then It's My Bag Baby and Regalo. And the trailer up the backstretch is Perfect Mistake. It is Jack Van Berg 3 wide. Change direction. Much closer to the pace today. He's battling with Kicking Kirby at the rail. And these 3 are right across the racetrack. It's 2.5 lengths back to Limbo's Promise and inside of him Perfect Mistake. And on the front end, Jack Van Berg has put his neck in front. 3 back to It's My Bag Baby. Then comes Regalo. And Perfect Mistake is still the trailer. And Jack Van Berg with the Hall of Famer Calvin Burrell has the lead. Jack Van Berg, quarter pole, a length in front of Change Direction in second. These 2 have raced 5 clear of Kickin' Kirby. Limbo's Promise is next. Jack Van Berg to the final furlong. And now he's got a 2-length lead. Change Direction is running a good one, but he's second best right now. Then Kickin' Kirby and It's My Bag Baby, but it's Jack Van Berg, a Hall of Famer riding a horse named for a Hall of Famer. JVB wins. Jack Van Berg won by 2. Change Direction second. It's My Bag Baby third. Kickin' Kirby finished 4th.
Well, he had to deal with pace early on, and in fact, from an unexpected horse as well. The 7 was there as we thought, but Change Direction, the 8, went early also.
He was best. There's no doubt about it. He is now 2 for 25. We got him in the winner's circle. We buried the poor number 6 horse in here, Limbo's Promise, who was absolutely dreadful. But Jack Van Berg was best.
Hall of Famer, one of the greatest this game has ever seen.
Ali Sheba.
Champion trainer for wins, too many years that I have time to say on the show.
I want to say that, did Bill Mott work for him way back? And Richie's saying yes. I believe Bill Mott came up working once he left.
He did. Mott, Catalano, Frank Brothers, all trainers that worked under the Hall of Famer Jack Van Berg.
Frank Brothers, of course, the trainer of the Mighty Pulpit.
Yeah.
Who?
Oh, was there more?
No. I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Richard Migliori stepped. I thought you were going to tell us what the horse did. It was fun.
He was good.
Yeah.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. I
We
hope
got a lot
Richie
more
has as
coming
much
up.
fun as I did.
Yeah, Mig stepping in right after a short timeout. We're continuing along with more from the fairgrounds from Aqueduct and from Oaklawn. We have the Lake Pick 5 ahead and a little history from Hot Springs with Major League Baseball and the Babe. Stay with us. We'll be back with the Mig right after this.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
For a time, as many as 350 major league players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all major league teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. This winter is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s, most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their major league squads for decades to come.
Back on America's Day at the Races. I love seeing that piece from Hot Springs. So much history out there. Our program, it's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm Greg Wolf. With me, we got some fresh new blood on the set. Champion jockey Richard Migliore. Mig, always good to see you. We're going to take you the rest of the way just about at Fairgrounds, Aqueduct, and coming up at Oaklawn as well.
Yeah, good racing still to go all around the country. And I love that piece about Oaklawn Park. I spent about a week there a few years ago covering the Arkansas Derby and actually took that Gangster Museum tour. It was kind of cool. A lot of tunnels underneath the city. Al Capone used to winter there. A lot of history.
You knew a lot of those guys, right? From the neighborhood?
I read about them. I didn't really know them.
We got a lot more ahead. We're going to get into it right now. We're going to have some big talk about what's coming up as well next weekend, later in the show on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Meanwhile, here at Aqueduct, next up, race 7. I'm fine. 3-5 right now for Jeremiah Engelhardt, and part of that is with the scratch of the 1. It would have taken a lot of sport in this race. New York Breds, first allowance condition. 1 turn mile with more on the favorite. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, taking a look at I'm Fine here in the paddock. Don't be discouraged if you do see her looking a little bit hot, a little bit sweaty, a little bit washy. It's what she's always done every single time that she has run, no matter how cold it might be or warm it may be. So I'm not worried about that. She looks very healthy otherwise. She has good energy here in the paddock too. The thing is that what the problem with her that I think is slight is quite obvious. She tends to leave herself a little too much to do in her races, as she does have a potent late kick, but sometimes it just isn't quite enough to get her there to make up the amount of ground that she needs to. But taking a look at one coming back off of a bit of a layoff is number 4, Honey Money. She looks fantastic here. She looks strong. She looks very fit for Linda. The problem is the distance. Why are we coming back going a mile off of that about 3-month layoff? Because you look at her pedigree, and the full sister did not run well in her lone start around going a mile. But then again, I believe it was like the last race of her career, so something may have happened. She's built more like a sprinter. She's built a little bit more downhill, despite, though, having some good size to her, some depth of girth to her as well. I like her. I just don't know if this is the right distance for her to come back in, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We're going to have our post parade here coming up in a moment. Riders up. As you see, Trevor McCarthy hopping aboard Honey Money, making the first start of her 4-year-old campaign here for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and Maggie brings up good points about her being able to get the distance. But in a race that doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of speed, she could have a tactical advantage.
Especially, yeah, with Ella Rella out from that inside position in here, although you would think Kendra Carmouche going to try and pressure, but probably not as quick as the sprinter stretching out. Here's Dancing Kiki. We'll have the rail now, inherit it with the scratch of the 1.
Well, it took her 16 times to break her maidens, earned over $120,000. Found winners a little bit tougher last time, but stretches back out in distance.
I'm Fine. Still odds on at 4-5 with Eric Cancel.
Well, a horse that makes a lot of sense, but is a deep closer in a race that doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of speed.
Could be the one to catch in this group, making her 4-year-old debut, Honey Money.
And does have more of kind of a sprinter's pedigree, but from a tactical perspective, if she could set up shop close without getting too much pressure from the 5 who we're looking at now, Foley Square.
Yeah, just picked up the 2nd win of her career with Kendrick Carmouche, and he's back aboard today.
Yeah, and she does have 2 wins under her belt. That's one more than everybody else in the field, that albeit against cheaper.
Alphadora has been struggling, to say the least, at this level.
Broke her maiden, and things just kind of went south for her from there. Would have to find her best form to compete.
And then you have Vienna Code on the outside. At least she put it all together last time out in career start number 6.
Yeah, put it all together in career start number 6. Gets a good outside post, going a mile. I like those outside posts, and gets 5-pound apprentice Louis Cardenas, so does get a 5-pound break in the weights. Everybody else carrying 125 or more, she gets in with 120 pounds.
4 minutes away here in this 7th at Aqueduct. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin, who's going to tell us who he likes here in the next couple of races we have coming up. JK.
Yeah, look, starting here at Aqueduct, I like the 3. I'm fine. There is a little bit of a tactical issue there, but the horse that could get loose, we talked about Honey Money. I'm a little bit concerned. 2 of her worst races in her careers are coming off of layoffs, so I'm hoping maybe she just doesn't run well fresh, and that I'm fine can pick up the pieces in here. I'm fine also. Last time I felt like, we're talking about the inside, track. Being good in the last few weeks. She was coming from way out of it. She was circling wide. I mean, coming from way out of it, closing into those types of paces are hard anyways, let alone when the horses are in the right part of the racetrack. As far as the other 2 races we have coming up on the show pretty quickly here, Fairgrounds Race 6, Oaklawn Race 6 as well. At Fairgrounds, I like the 6 Danger Zone. This horse is a tactical speed, and he has nice speed figures. I like it when horses are tactical. They can get themselves into good positions, and then if they have good speed figures, meaning that they're technically the fastest horse, a lot of good things happen in those situations. And then over at Oaklawn, the 7 Earner, drawn towards the outside. This horse spent a lot of time on the inside speed to outside speed. One of my favorite angles. It's uncomfortable down there. I'm sure Richie can tell you. It's a lot more comfortable sitting on the outside. It's kind of like an airplane, right? The aisle seat, you got that extra elbow room. If you're at the window, you're crammed up.
Yeah, unless that food cart comes and just nails you, it can be very uncomfortable. Yeah, it was easy to see. We'll show it to you with Earner. This is at Oaklawn, and that next start coming up looked to be really uncomfortable through a lot of that race down on the fence.
Yeah, and some horses just don't like to be covered up. Sometimes they don't train as often inside of horses. Plus, if they're in behind horses, they got to contend with kickback. Some horses are just more brave, or braver, I should say. More brave. That wasn't very good English. Braver outside.
When they don't give you the heads up with that food cart coming by, if your elbow's sticking out and just bang, nothing irritates me more.
I like the window. I like to look, let my mind wander.
Oh, I need to be able to get out.
Claustrophobic, yes. Huh? Well, you see, that's similar to horses that get a little claustrophobic.
Price is there from that Oaklawn race. Jack Van Berg with the win. JK, what do you got?
We're talking airplanes, and I got to tell you, I'm going to start a campaign, a petition. The worst thing in airplanes, when the world opens back up, is a thing I've named aisle jacking. It's when I'm sitting in row 14 and someone from 17 ends up standing next to me as we've landed, and they want to go in front of me as if we're not going to end up in the same place. It's a problem, and we have to stop aisle jacking. Wait your turn.
Yeah, getting off the plane, that is the worst thing. When I see someone trying to just rush up through everyone, I purposely step out in the aisle and block their path.
Yeah,
you can't let that happen.
I don't like that either. But normally if I have a bag checked, I sit there and let everybody get off. Where are you going anyway? You got to wait for your bag, although I try really hard not to check a bag if I can help it.
But I think I'm with JK. We just like to get off that plane.
Yeah, no, listen, no doubt. And people should be just a little bit more conscious of the people around them. Be considerate.
Maggie, your thoughts?
I gotta say that flying during the COVID times, it actually has eliminated some of those pet peeves. I mean, no more middle seats. That's great, especially if you fly Delta, which I do. I like Delta the best. And 2, they try to get people to not aisle jack, but some people just can't listen. So whatever, it is gonna be a problem, I think, when life eventually turns back to normal. But getting back to the task at hand. This is race number 7 here at the Big A. It's going to be interesting what plays out as far as the speed is concerned, because number 5, Foley Square, she does have that speed at these distances of a mile, and she's coming off a win, albeit against lesser, I think, to be fair. She is a little hot and washy, but this is actually the first time I'm seeing her, so she might typically be that way. She is very keen, though, suggesting that she will be forward in here, so that does kind of concern me about the horse who is my pick, number 4, Honey Money. And I get what JK's saying about the 2 layoffs, her not running well. The first time, she ran second, a slow figure, but it was her first time. And then when she came back from that March to November layoff, it was a sloppy track. She doesn't look like a horse that would handle a sloppy track. And I think this is actually the most fit that she's looked coming back off the bench. Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We'll see how it plays out in here. Trevor McCarthy on a filly who comes in fresh, has sprint speed. We'll see if she can get to the front or if Kendra Carmouche next door can out quicker to the front end. Anthony Stabile with the call. Here's the 7th from Aqueduct.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Honey Money, Alphadora. And Alphadora takes the lead from Honey Money with Vienna Code in 3rd. Dancing Kiki along the rail in 4th. The favorite, I'm Fine, is 5th. And the trailer here is Foley Square. Alphadora, a length and a half in front of Vienna Code. And now Honey Money moves up along the inside as the field makes their way out of the chute and onto the main track. It's Alphadora, a length and a half. The opening quarter went in 23-4. Alphadora over Honey Money. Vienna Code is 3rd, 3 lengths back. Dancing Kiki is 4th. I'm Fine, about 8 lengths from the lead. The favorite has some work to do. A break back to Foley Square of about 5 lengths as they make their way to the half-mile pole, led by long shot Alphadora. Honey Money between horses. Vienna Code outside. They went the half in 47-2. So they're moving up front here. And now the back markers close in. Dancing Kiki under a ride. I'm Fine. And Eric Cancel making up ground in bunches as the field makes their way past the 5/16 pole. I'm Fine. Keep an eye on her. She just made a big brush to the lead. It's followed by a move from Dancing Kiki past 3/4 in 1:13-2. I'm Fine, a sustained bid to the lead. Dancing Kiki outside. Honey Money battles on. Foley Square from the back of the pack coming down to the 8th pole. I'm Fine trying to hold off Dancing Kiki and Manny Franco with a full head of steam down the center. It's down to these 2. I'm Fine. Dancing Kiki. Dancing Kiki put her head in front. I'm Fine battles back. Dancing Kiki. And I'm Fine dead tight on the line. It looks like Dancing Kiki held off a re-rally from I'm Fine in a final time for the mile of 1:40-3.
Slimmest of margins. It does look like it's Dancing Kiki on the outside here, Manny Franco.
Yeah, and she was very game when the favorite, I'm Fine, kind of made that big, bold move wide around the far turn. Looked like she was going on her way to victory. Manny Franco was more inside, was able to kind of tip out, follow in the wake of the 3 I'm Fine's move, and out-game her to the wire. Dancing Kiki worked hard to get the second, appears to be the second win of her career. So now she's 2 for 18, but's hit the board in 11 of 18 starts.
5-1 over an even money shot for the victory. Let's go back to the start.
Yeah, keep an eye on the 4-horse, Honey Money. She's hustled along here by Trevor McCarthy, and as we come down closer to the chute, I think she's going to try to duck in. It looked like, at least on the pan shot, towards that empty space. You talk about horses going towards it. Look, right here. She kind of jumped her left lead and kind of took a run at the fence there. Good job by Trevor getting her straightened out without panicking or checking her momentum, but she had kind of a bad thought on her mind there for a second.
What does that feel like, and what do you do as a rider in that situation?
Well, you do exactly what he did. He kind of corrected her not only with the reins, but with his body weight. Like, no, Mama, we got to straighten up here and go straight. But he did it very smoothly without checking her momentum. Or sometimes if you grab them too abruptly, you make it worse. They'll turn their head and their body will keep going. So he did a really good job there for what could have been a dicey situation.
And it's just been posted unofficially. It was Dancing Kiki 2, 3, 5. Even money favorite defeated. This late pick 5 shaping up to be nice with the final leg remaining. Over at the fairgrounds, 6th race coming up. Taking a look at the current odds. Mile on the turf, 30 maiden claiming event. 7-5 on Patience Pays. Time for our Twin Spires Market Mover. Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the 6 Danger Zone, which was the pick I had given you guys earlier. We talked about a tactical horse. When I say tactical, I mean having speed, forward speed, can kind of put themselves in their race. Richie Migliori always says it. One of my favorite phrases is get your position moving forward. That's the type of horse Danger Zone is, and I like horses like that. A lot less bad happens when you're getting your position moving forward rather than getting shuffled back and hoping you get somewhere to land. The speed figures, the final numbers about how fast these horses have been running, Danger Zone is right there, and I love the fact that this horse can put herself into position. The 9 Faded Memories is another one in here that exits that same race, and I just loved Danger Zone's performance versus that group last time. You know, obviously the Brad Cox first-time starter is always I'm sorry, that horse is scratched. The other Brad Cox, always dangerous, but Brad's horses they're typically overbet. At least it seems that way. They win a lot, but for me, I like the 6 in here, Danger Zone, a little bit more of attractive price, and I like the fact this horse has a little bit more experience than the horse to his outside, taking a lot of money for Brad Cox. The 7 Patience Pays.
You're our Iceman, Jonathan Kinchin. By the way, Maverick, that new movie, the follow-up to Top Gun, it's supposed to be coming out this year.
I tell you what, you could not do any better than to have JK as your wingman.
I second that. 8-5 favorite is the 7 in this spot. Patience Pays if you want to bet the market mover. Anybody else in this race coming up? Go to twinspires.com. You can download the app as well. Get 200 is the code to use to get that $200 new player bonus right away. All right, so 8-5 on the Brad Cox filly, dropping in class here in start number 2.
Kind of interesting, though, this filly, Greg. Patience Pays the 7. She's got some pedigree behind her, too. She's a half to Cool Samurai. She's a half to Water White, who is a stakes winner, grade 1 placed. Usually fillies that have that in the family, they have some residual value. So for $30,000, you would think she's worth at least that on pedigree. Out of a mare, Uzum, who was trained by John Sheriffs out in California.
See how she fares here in start number 2. She had some trouble out of the gate and again later in the race in that debut. So she definitely got an education in her first time on the racetrack. And from this barn, one that usually moves them forward.
One thing about Brad Cox's horses, too, you'll see them in position. They'll take a good hold of the bit. They seem to keep finding air. When a lot of other horses might start emptying out, they kind of continue.
John Dooley with the call. Start of a late pick 4 here from the fairgrounds.
Saez with Danger Zone. It's the Twin Spires market mover. Made in Philly's Turf Mile firm. Brian Hernandez Jr. with Slightly Sassy, the Munnings filly. Colby Hernandez, Patience Pays, loaded 9-5 favorite. And Mega Menno with Princess Tyne, all in. And they're off. And there's Carson's Princess, Della Frost, Ostracize, Danger Zone, and the lime cap and sleeves. Early bid now by Princess Tyne, who slots over while clear. Taken back is Bougie Kitten, and ranging up is Slightly Sassy with the black cap. But it's Carson's Princess, a long odds front runner for Roberto Morales. Carson's Princess takes charge of the pace from Princess Tyne up into second from Against the Rail. Danger Zone, who's in third for Gabriel Saez as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back of the course. Slightly Sassy, fourth and close. Ostracized, fifth Against the Rail by 3/4 of a length. Then comes Bougie Kitten. Patience Pays is looking to improve out deep on the course for Colby Hernandez, and Patience Pays now starts a forward march. Della Frost is next. Followed to the inside by Peyton's at the plate, Art Brock. Then comes Faded Memories and Aubrey Green riding for a hat trick of wins on the card. And the newcomer, Vol du Soleil, has drifted back to 12th and last. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.01. They left a half-mile pole behind in a flat 49 seconds. It's still a 42-1 leader. Carson's Princess narrowly as Miguel Mena now plays his hand with the French-bred Princess Tyne, who's drawn level. And right there is Danger Zone, who's now revving up her engines. Patience Pays follows her. Ostracized toward the inside, Della Frost and Faded Memories, the next ones. 3/4, 113.67 seconds. Princess Tyne, Ostracized, looking to make a split. Here's Danger Zone. Right there, Carson's Princess, who battles hard for this final 16th. And Della Frost is lifting late now. They're close to home. Danger Zone, Della Frost drifted and Ostracized. photo finish. It's close on the line. Danger Zone was in the middle. Outside was Della Frost. Ostracized right there, too, with Carson's Princess. Good finish.
Wow, I don't know in here. Della Frost, Big Price, or Danger Zone with Gabriel Saez. Let's take another look.
It was a terrific horse race. Great ride by Gabe Saez on the 6 Danger Zone. As the 2-horse Ostracized with Declan Carroll splitting horses boldly on the far outside. The 1-horse, here comes Della Frost. Adam Beschitzer, strong finish. I think our wingman, Jonathan Kinchin, got it with Danger Zone.
We'll find out. This was tight.
Good horse
Here's
race.
Danger Zone. Gabriel Saez to the outside, not yet in your screen. Della Frost, and there she appears. Adam Beschitzer. As a rider, too, it's got to be a lot of fun to be in a heated battle like this.
It's only a lot of fun when you come out on the front end of it. But it's dead tight. I think the 6 got there. I think Danger Zone, just terrific trip. Worked out a nice ground-saving trip on the first turn. Came out when she needed to and got it done. And Jonathan Kinchin just keeps marching on.
Nice call. These the beats that you remember most in your career when it's all said and done?
I could win 4 and get beat a nose on the 5th one, and the only one I thought about was the one I got beat a nose.
Prices from Danger Zone's win in just a minute. Meanwhile, back at Aqueduct, Dancing Kiki. This was a tight one as well. Gets the win over an even money favorite at 5-1.
Yeah, and you could see it was the back markers picking them up as they turned for home. Your favorite, the number 3, I'm Fine, made that big wide brush. Manny Franco got to save some ground inside on your eventual win of the 2. Dancing Kiki tipped out as I'm Fine blew by. But horse only has a certain amount of run, only so many furlongs, and I'm Fine got to weakening a bit, and Dancing Kiki, who's just been a money earner. I mean, over 121,000 after today, over 150,000 in earnings, gets her nose down in front.
Yeah, just collecting checks. Second win now in 18 career starts for Jimmy Ryerson. Camerota Racing and a Donner of Blame wins a tight one over a heavy favorite. We get over to Oaklawn now. This is the start of the late pick 5 coming up. 30 claiming race. Horses who've not won 3 lifetime. Earner. This is the horse that Jonathan was talking about, was in that uncomfortable position. Not only last start, the last 2 starts. Had the rail down on the inside. Looked uncomfortable in that race and now gets outside. Why is that such a big difference, especially for a horse with speed?
Well, it also gives this horse an opportunity, even though this horse possesses speed, to get into the race the right way. He's not under the gun. He doesn't have to make sure and press early. Even if a horse breaks a little bit slow or just takes a stride or 2 to find himself, you can let a horse do it naturally. They breathe better. They get in a better rhythm. This horse is fast enough. He's going to be close. He's probably going to be on the lead, but he should be able to do it a lot more comfortably.
And Jonathan, even money right now. And this is a horse who they had some high regards for. They had him in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby last summer.
Yeah, Steve Asmussen was trying to take him on that kind of sneaky Derby trail, not the Derby trail that we're all familiar with that ends on the first Saturday in May, but that other Derby trail. When you have a talented 3-year-old, you can try to pick up some pieces along the way. And you're right, he did think that there was some talent there. And I don't know what it is as a horse player. Maybe it's just less stressful, or maybe it's just actually is where you want to be. I just like it when speed horses, tactical horses are drawn outside. I feel like it gives them a lot more options. And the other thing about that is speed horses and tactical horses, in my opinion, and I'm sure Richie can elaborate, I think the worst thing that can happen to those types of horses is for them to get stopped and then have to start again. Their weapon is their stride. Their weapon is their early speed, their tactical speed. And so if they're stuck down on the inside, they have to shuffle or check or worry about pressure from the outside. I feel like it forces their hand and they can lose momentum. And I think losing momentum for these types of horses is a big deal. But what do I know? Let's ask the champion jockey sitting next to you.
Well, I agree with that. You want to play to a horse's strength, and you don't want to get in the way of the stride. You want other horses to have to get out of their comfort zone trying to keep up with you. You want to allow them to use their weapon, and when speed's your weapon, that's a very strong dynamic to have and to use. You know, you talk about horses going on that, kind of secondary Derby trail. Years ago, there was a horse, Smartin, trained by Woody Stevens. He won the Pennsylvania Derby, the Illinois Derby, the Ohio Derby, the American Derby. He went on a Derby tour of the United States, just didn't include the Kentucky Derby, and he cleaned up.
Yeah, there's some big prizes out there outside of the big classics. And this is a horse who was put on the road to one of them last summer. And, he faced Echo Town, incredibly fast sprinter, and was second to him in his career debut with an 86 by. This horse was pegged to have some talent early on. 4 to 5, we're talking about the outside horse. This horse is the sneaky horse right here. Sacred Oath, not listed in the form, but he is a new gelding. Blinkers go on, and 2 starts back before he went to the bench. Something obviously went wrong the last time we saw him because he's been off for close to a year. We're at an 85 Beyer speed figure.
Yeah, I mean, this horse showed talent. Obviously, he probably came out of that race where he was eased and vanned off that with a physical issue. But look at the workout tab. Very, strong workout tab, 3/4 and 13 out of the gate. So there's also protocols for horses that have been eased or vanned off that they've got to pass a rigid veterinarian check to make sure they're sound enough for racing. So the fact that this horse shows up back here that has races fast enough, you can almost guarantee he's in tip-top shape.
He's 7-2, taking support from a 6-1 morning line. As they load up, Vic Stauffer with the call start of this late pick 5 from Hot Springs, Arkansas.
2 more now. Lonely Private and Earner. They're at the post. They're off. Substantial and Ship It Red with Lonely Private between horses. Earner's 4 deep. Deflator is next, and the trailer is Sacred Oath. Lonely Private with a lead up the backstretch, but it's only a half length from Ship It Red and a 3 wide Earner. These 3 going to line up at the half-mile marker. Deflator is 4th and less than 2 from the front, with Substantial in 5th, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and Sacred Oath is the trailer, and now 2 of them heads apart going to the far turn. Lonely Private at the rail, ahead in front of Ship It Red in 2nd. Earner is 3rd now, and he's about 1.5 lengths behind with Deflator at the rail. Substantial now has 5 lengths to make up. Sacred Oath has trailed throughout. At the top of the stretch, it is still Ship It Red and Lonely Private. Lonely Private rides the rail, half ahead in front of Ship It Red in 2nd. Deflator needs a way through. He's going to dive to the inside, to the outside, and Earner. These 4 final 1/16 of a mile. Ship It Red and Lonely Private continue. Earner's going to join them 3 wide. Ship It Red, Lonely Private at the rail. One of them's going to do it. Lonely Private, Ship It Red, Lonely Private in front. Lonely Private beats Ship It Red. Close for 3rd between Earner and Deflator.
Lonely Private with a victory here for the Wesley Holly barn.
And what took them gate to wire, the 7 Earner being outside, his rider decided to just stalk from the outside, and they basically ran around the racetrack like a merry-go-round race. The 5 Lonely Private kept finding, got very comfortable on the lead. I thought the 3 Deflator was a little bit unlucky, just really never was in a comfortable position, kind of searching for room in between horses, a horse you might want to keep an eye on going forward.
Disappointing here from Earner, the favorite, who usually is more forwardly placed early on, and from the beginning here from that outside post was 3 wide very early in this race and sort of stayed there.
Yeah, just kind of stayed there. You know, sometimes you get a little bit overconfident. You're on a big favorite. You're outside. You say, well, I'll pick them up when I need to. He could never pick them up.
5-1. Lonely Private kicks off the late pick 5 at Oaklawn. Prices when we come back. David Cabrera, Wesley Holly with the upset score in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll be back with more here on FS1 with America's Day at the Races.
The more they run, the more they win. The Run Happy Rally continues in 2021 with winners from Santa Anita to Churchill to Aqueduct.
But no problem at the end of the mile. Breaks his maiden here. Nikki the Vast won by 3.5 lengths.
And she's well in front. Joyful Cadence canters home.
It's all Drive Happy. Extending that stride, it's going to be Drive Happy.
Price for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong,
Minute to Stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Barry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong? Gaining late on the far outside, Guitar Tribute, who's storming home. Go, Guitar Tribute! My love for you, coming on strong.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can play all the races we show you on the program. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app and get involved. Back at Oaklawn in the 6th, Lonely Private for Wesley Hawley with the victory into the winner's circle. Let's take another look at the stretch run.
Very game. Got passed, towards the outside by the 6-horse Ship It Red and fought back. And I've been very impressed with David Cabrera. I really like the way this guy rides. He's a rider that rode over 234 winners last year. He's handled by Jose Santos Jr. He's been doing a terrific job for him. And this horse just would not be denied. Kept finding along the inside.
$13.40 for the win. Excuse me, to kick off this late pick 5. 5-6-3 finish. Favorite. Oh, wanting a 4th in here. 7th race, $16,000 claiming race. And it's a rematch between two that faced off back on January the 22nd. Strolling was 5 lengths better than Cave Run that day. But Cave Run, now in a new barn, just claimed off of Carl Broberg by Steve Asmussen in the Hall of Fame barn. But Strolling's the even money favorite.
Always an upgrade, and I know Carl Broberg is very successful, but Steve Asmussen just seems to do an incredible job.
We'll say that was the best race Strolling's ever run in the history of his career. Did not back it up in his next start. We'll see if he can get back to it. Meanwhile, back at Aqueduct, we have the nightcap coming up. Tiny Magoo, 1-5 on the board. And the chalk close things out here at South Ozone Park. We'll be back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Climax Stallions is coming to New York with Mr. Monomoy. At 3, Mr. Monomoy dominated the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes at Fairgrounds, going wire to wire.
Mr. Monomoy leads them home in the first division of the Risen Star Stakes.
He's also a half-brother to 2-time Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Monomoy Girl. Mr. Monomoy, standing in New York at Waldorf Farm for $5,000. For more information, visit ClimaxStallions.com.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Surbarton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Surbarton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a leg.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all the action we have on the show each and every day. Download the app. You can also go to NyraBets.com. Match 200 promo code to use at sign up. And also, it's last race cashback time. Today at Aqueduct in Oaklawn. Bet a $10 win bet in either or both the last race at the Big A or at Oaklawn. And if your selection finishes second, you get your $10 back. Little insurance on the last race of the afternoon. Here's our post parade. We start with Absolute Privilege, who actually gets post 2.
Post 2, 2 back ran pretty well on a fast track. Didn't run as well on a sloppy track last time. Would still have to improve.
You get Tourist Attraction as part of the entry as well, who did not do much running at a similar spot last out.
No, ran okay on synthetic. Last race was poor on dirt.
The rail goes to the 2. And here's Blay.
Yeah, showed some good speed last time. Well beaten, though. Weekend. Goes to Manny Franco, though. And that's usually a big move for Rui Rodriguez.
Should be firing out of there again from the inside post. Tiny Magoo odds-on favored huge at 1-5 here with Kendrick Carmouche.
Ran big last time, beating Anosta Vitanza, who came right back to win against Maidens.
Lowest level this one had been at yet. Now drops a little bit even further. Madame Rose at 32-1.
Would really have to improve.
Meanwhile, here's the 5. Rider change, Trevor McCarthy aboard Flirtatious Kiss.
Has a couple races that are good enough. Lost her way the last couple of starts.
Devil on the Loose, a first-time starter. She's done nothing wrong so far.
Done nothing wrong. By Not This Time. Terrific first crop sire. And if you're looking for a stranger, why not?
Gets Lasix for the debut. And then Roma Carpi on the outside has had plenty of opportunities. Hard to endorse 0 for 19.
0 for 19 and just some dismal efforts, particularly recently. I think if you're going to try to beat the favorite, I like the idea of going with a first-time starter, somebody that hasn't proven, exactly what they are yet. By Not This Time, who's been an ultra-hot sire.
And you look at this race, how do you make money with a 2-5 favorite? Well, maybe exactas with horses underneath. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Well, Tiny Magoo, she's odds on. But let's take a look at some other horses. Beginning with the rail runner, that is Blay for the ever-dangerous Rudy Rodriguez barn. Now, she actually has progressively gone the right way, at least physically. When she first showed up to run, she just didn't look that fit. Coat didn't look great. And she's actually rounding into a decent looking filly for this level. She was bad to get the tack on. They had to saddle her on the walk, but since they actually got it on her, she's been even keel, nice and calm, and is getting a warm up beneath Manny Franco, obviously, as you guys said, a rider upgrade here and warming up quite nicely. The other horse that caught my eye was number 5, Flirtatious Kiss. Yeah, she's a little tough to trust, but she was facing a better crew last time out, and now she's turning back to the 6 furlongs. I think that makes sense for her. And Ralph D'Alessandro has her looking great. I mean, her coat looks resplendent. She, despite being a 3-year-old, as there are pretty much only 3-year-olds except for your favorite and the outside horse, Roma Carpe. She's big. She stacks up well against at least those 2 other older fillies in here. So I think she's kind of the one I would use protectively underneath, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 2 minutes away. Nightcap JK, we have a 2-5 favorite. So how do we attack this race?
Yeah, look, the favorite is 2-5 for a reason, right? And obviously we're rooting for Tiny Magoo for the Morleys, but I do think that the 5 is interesting. Flirtatious Kiss, like Maggie mentioned, the cutback I think is helpful. I also think this horse spent a little bit of time the last few races, a little bit wider than I think he wanted to be. And if you look at the race 3 back, that speed figure kind of puts Flirtatious Kiss right in the mix. 2-5 shots lose all the time. Trust me, I single them often. I do think Tiny Magoo will win, but I think if you're looking for an alternative, I think the 5 Flirtatious Kiss is one to consider. And then also let's talk a little bit as we're from a timing standpoint about Fairgrounds and Oaklawn, like we did a little bit earlier. Fairgrounds race 7, the 6 Dixie Street. This is a horse that I think will improve for Carl Broberg. Second time out, 9-2 on the board right here. When trainers claim horses, sometimes they just have to figure them out. There's new food, it's new training regimen, new equipment. There's all lots of different things that can happen. And I think Carl Broberg will figure this horse out second time out. And then over at Hot Springs in race 7, the 2 Strolling. This is the type of horse I would single in multi-race bets. I felt like Strolling just as a new horse for Villafranco and has been running fast numbers and numbers that frankly kind of eclipse this field. If this horse stays even money, I love it.
All right, we'll see. Strolling and put together back-to-back wins, including first off the claim for that barn, but then got drilled, granted in a tough spot, but we'll get back to Hot Springs in a moment. We stay here for the nightcap at Aqueduct, and we had some upsets real quick. I want to see if I can bring it up here in this pick 5. The favorite right now, $647 for the pick 5.
That'll do.
To Tiny Magoo. Everything else, at least the lowest payoff, $2,900 to Blay, the 2.
Well, listen, Tiny Magoo is the most logical winner and a horse that we're rooting for. Obviously, our connection, Tom Morley and Maggie, but I went with a stranger. I'm just going to take a shot with the 6 Devil on the Loose. Bred by the Bromans, by Not This Time, who was winning with 25% of his first-time starters. Last year, his 2-year-olds, smaller sampling. This year, only 1 for 10. But I think Tiny Magoo is better than anybody else that's running here, so I'm going to try to take a stranger. But Tiny Magoo, the most likely winner. Kendrick Carmouche picking up the mount. Dylan Davis, unfortunately, injured yesterday. Hopefully, he's doing okay.
All right, Anthony Stabile with the call. Here's the nightcap from Aqueduct.
Roma Carpe's in. They're in the gate for the finale. And they're off. Blay from his inside post goes to the lead between horses. That's Madame Rose in second. Tiny Magoo, the favorite, is third. Come back to Flirtatious Kisser, who's fourth. The firster, Devil on the Loose, outside in fifth. The entry of Tourist Attraction, an Absolute Privilege towards the back of the pack with Roma Carpe as Blay takes them past the half-mile pole through an opening quarter of 23 seconds flat. Blay has a 3/4 of a length lead over Madame Rose, who gets closer in second. Tiny Magoo is third. Flirtatious Kisser fourth. Gap of 3 back to Devil on the Loose. Roma Carpe, the trailers are Tourist Attraction, and Absolute Privilege. Madame Rose goes past Blay as Tiny Magoo, the gray, swings into action past the quarter pole through a half in 47-4. Madame Rose, a big price, trying to upset the finale here. Tiny Magoo's got to get going from there. From the back of the pack, Absolute Privilege is passing horses under Eric Hansel. Madame Rose coming down to the 16th pole, trying to hold off Absolute Privilege, who's coming up the inside. Absolute Privilege grabbed the lead at the 16th pole, and Absolute Privilege going to draw off to give Hansel his third win on the day. Absolute Privilege over Madame Rose. Roma Carpe was third. Final time for the 6 furlongs was 1:15-1.
Wow, if you had Madame Rose, that was a heartbreaker. The pick 5 was paying $52,000 to the 4. In the end, Absolute Privilege comes and gets that one, as you heard from Anthony Stabile. 3 wins today for Eric Cancel.
Yeah, and just Madame Rose did all of the dirty work and fought for the lead and was the only one left standing. The one horse got a terrific ride from Eric Cancel, absolute privilege. He saved ground. He picked his way through the field. He rallied up the fence. The last race we saw when he rode the favorite, he kind of made that wide, I'm fine, that wide sustain run, more patient tact and saving ground, which has been one of the reasons why Eric Cancel has been so successful this winter. Taking his chances, cutting corners, saving ground, so important. He's really got a terrific ride.
This really has been a breakthrough meet for him.
Absolutely. And sometimes when you ride a big favorite, you ride a little bit defensively. You ride not to lose as opposed to trying to win. So you tend to go a little bit wide so you don't get stopped. You don't have any excuses. And most of the time, horses aren't so much superior to their foes that you shouldn't try to take some edges. He took all the edges here. You saw the result. The one, absolute privilege, winner's circle.
9-2 on your winner over 33-1 in the end. 2-5 favorite manages just 4th in that race. 1-4-7-3. Back at Fairgrounds, 7th race. This is a 6 furlong sprint coming up. Louisiana bred runners in this first allowance condition for state breds, obviously. Pickens, Steve Asmussen, Hall of Fame barn. Horse coming off a huge win. Gate to wire by 7 1/4 lengths, but against a lot easier competition.
A lot easier competition, but the horse does possess speed, has the inside. Steve Asmussen, to give you an idea, has trained already over 114 winners this year. He is on a pace to run by the all-time leader for number of wins, and he should be the all-time leading trainer probably before we get halfway through this year.
It's incredible. You want to bet this race? You can play with Twin Spires. You know the drill. Get signed up with the Twin Spires app. You can also go to twinspires.com. That $200 new player bonus, it is waiting for you. All you got to do is enter that code, GET200, get signed up and started, and start playing away. Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, which we are getting awfully close to. And we got 3 Derby preps coming up next Saturday, all of which you'll be able to see on our program next weekend.
Nice to see how these horses develop and change as we get closer to the Derby, and it's coming fast. I mean, we're almost through the month of March already.
It has flown.
It really has flown.
We'll talk about those races coming up a little bit later on in the show. Meanwhile, John Dooley with the call. Here's race 7 from the Fairgrounds.
Migamena with Broadway Jones in the red. James Graham of Soul Song drew 3. This is 6 furlongs for the Louisiana breds. Marcino Pedroza with Money and Me and 1 more. In fact, 2 back here at 6 furlongs. Now here's Roberto Morales with Outlaw X. So stand by for his start. Mitchell Moore for the Foleys. It's the Rougarou. All in line. Ready. And the Roth. Nice line out. And Pickens out to a flying start there for Brian Hernandez Jr. from the rail draw. Lead Soul Song and Rougarou keen on the outside. Racing a joint seconds as Pickens gets the jump on them. And Dixie Street right there following the inside trail with the green cap. Soul Song sprinted back to 4th. A gap away to Money and Me in 5th. Outlaw X is 6th. Broadway Jones is running 2nd to last and beaten for pace. Dusty Boy trails the state bred sprint, recorded 21.60 seconds. Around the far turn, this is 3 furlongs from home. And it's Pickens who leads. Rougarou, who's right there for Mitchell Murrell. Dixie Street running in 3rd position, followed by Outlaw X, Money and Me, Soul Song. We trail back then to Dusty Boy and Broadway Jones. Last to make the top of the fairground stretch, they straightened. Half mile, 44.81 seconds on Pickens. Pickens leads in the final furlong and a half. Under pressure, Rougarou. On the outside, Outlaw X and Dixie Street. Battles between horses. It's still Pickens who slightly drifts off that line. Soul Song with a late bid. They're close to home. It's Pickens. Pickens for Brian Hernandez Jr. drifts. Right there, Dixie Street for Colby Hernandez. It's a brothers photo. Right there, Dixie Street with Pickens and Outlaw X joined. Photo finish. It was Dixie Street. Pickens drifted. Outlaw X was there at 21-1. Photo finish.
Well, if it is Dixie Street, this horse might wind up be taken down. And we're going to take a long look at this down the stretch. There was a lot of continuous getting out and bumping in the stretch.
It started long before the 1 Pickens started drifting out. The 6-horse Dixie Street was coming out into the 4 Outlaw X continually, even as it came off the quarter pole. Now late, the 1 started drifting, and that exacerbated the situation. But certainly the 4-horse has a beef that the, the 4-horse Outlaw X has a beef that the 6 Dixie Street certainly inhibited his forward progress.
And doesn't look good for Colby Hernandez as well, who was using that left-handed riding crop, which is not going to help his cause.
Well, he had it set in his head. He wanted to get outside the 1 Pickens. Meanwhile, the 1 Pickens is drifting. If he'd have just held his line, he would have had plenty of room to rally up the inside. These aren't bumper cars, and you can't change lanes without clearance. To me, it's clear that the 6 Dixie Street bothered the 4 Outlaw X, and then they've got to factor in what happened. Did Pickens contribute even more to it late? A lot for the stewards to decipher a confluence of circumstances.
Yeah, you
here.
see the 1, and Brian Hernandez Jr. has to switch sticks late to try and correct that horse's path. But no question the 6 continually getting out on the 4. And what will that mean in terms of this race? We had a significant bump early. I think the stewards probably made the right call. They made no change, but they didn't even put up the inquiry sign. They made no change. I'm sure they looked at it, but it was a significant bump. They didn't make a change. We'll see what they do here.
Well, that's, I think, complaint by a lot of the people that wager on the races is how it's different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Something that might be considered a foul in one place is, allowable under the term of race riding in another. But again, Pickens coming out late certainly contributed to what went on in here. But earlier in the stretch, it was definitely the 6 Dixie Street deciding he wanted to come out between horses and hampering the 4 Outlaw X.
And I'm not sure. I didn't see they haven't even posted it yet, but I think the 1 wound up 3rd in here. So it looks like potentially, okay, it was 6-4-1.
Well, I think there's a very good case.
The 4 gets put up.
The 4 gets put up. I mean, there certainly has to be a claim of foul, if not an inquiry, and there should be both.
And as a rider, I mean, that's your job. If you don't see that inquiry sign flashing, you have to make that claim.
Well, even if they put up the inquiry, claim foul and reinforce it, you need to plead your case. You have the opportunity to talk to stewards, plead your case.
Well, we've just been told there is no change and it's official.
That was as fast and official for something that to me seemed absolutely egregious early in the stretch. I guess they let the boys play. As long as you know if you do the same thing, you're not going to come down.
6-4-1 at the fairgrounds. Meanwhile, back at Oaklawn, here's our post parade for the 7th Oro de Tejano at 16-1.
Boy, he's really kind of worked up on his toes there. David Cabrera won the last race going gate to wire. This horse doesn't seem to possess that kind of speed, but he looks sharp in the post parade.
Strolling, he was moving in the right direction. He ran a 92 Beyer 2 starts back, and then he put in a dud last time out.
Yeah, didn't break particularly well last time. Goes back to the rider that's had the most success with him. Maybe he finds that speed again.
Yeah, broke dead last in that race. Here is the 5 at 10-1, Code to Win.
You know, back in May of 2020, was pinched at the break, was eased, Vandoff, comes back here. Steady, if not spectacular works.
He's got some races to go back to that are good enough. Here's Ace Destroyer. He's intriguing as well for Jason Berkeley.
Yeah, another one that has good speed. Certainly should be forwardly placed.
This one comes in. Oh, sorry. We backtrack to the 4, 33-1 on Storm in Hong Kong.
Does drop in class off of some poor efforts.
Meanwhile, here's the 7. This horse just won for 10 non-winners of 3 last start and was claimed.
Big late rally for 10,000 in the mud. Should get pace to set up his closing style.
9-1 on Coworker, 5-year-old by Golden Sense for John Cox.
Ran okay last time. Steps up in class. Didn't break particularly well. I'll go with Coworker because I like my Coworkers.
So. Oh, thanks, buddy. And the cave run on the outside, you better say that. At 3-2, he was beat soundly by Strolling last start. Now he moves to the Steve Asmussen barn. Can it make up a 5-length difference?
Well, it depends. If Strolling runs that race and Cave Run doesn't improve, no, it's not going to make a difference. But moves barns. Listen, Carl Broberg does a terrific job, wins a lot of races. Steve Asmussen is also in the Hall of Fame. This horse gets an outside draw, and he's tactical. He should put himself in a good spot.
I am shocked to see Cave Run. I know it's Steve Asmussen, the Hall of Famer. To see this horse, the 8-5 favorite in this field, is a little shocking. It's the barn and Santana and Asmussen combination getting a little too much respect here.
Well, they're always going to take attention. Ricardo Santana and Steve Asmussen, they're money. They win. They just do it everywhere they go. This is for Clark Brewster, a longtime owner with Steve Asmussen. They got a great relationship. How popular has this horse been at the claim box? He's been claimed like 7 times in his last 10 starts. So obviously he's an attractive horse that people gravitate to.
We'll see. He has beat Strolling. He did at Churchill. That was back on October the 28th, 3 starts ago. But in the rematch back on January 22nd at this track, it was no contest. But that was on an occasion where Strolling ran the race of his life. Can he back that up again? He didn't back it up, as you mentioned, with an excuse when he broke dead last against the tougher field last out.
He did. And you never know when a horse runs as big as he ran on January 22nd, how much it takes out of them, how much it saps them, and maybe he reacted to that effort. You know, horses can't tell you, you know, I'm still a little tired for running as hard as I could, where, you know, a human athlete runs the best mile he ever ran in his life. He can tell his trainer, you know what, I just not the same since then, and when he gets kind of over it, then he goes on. It's a different language they're speaking.
Well, in certain ways, they do tell the people, their connections they work with. Unfortunately, we're not privy to that information.
No, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, trainers might not pick up the signs. A horse might be eating properly, training properly, but just not quite over that effort. It's a fine balance. You've got to know when your horse is 100%. You know, we talk about all the time. You hear people talk about horse whisperers. I don't think there are horse whisperers. There are horse listeners, people that hear what the horses are telling them through body language and other signs.
I'm sure there were plenty of times you were on a horse, too, that you felt either today was going to be the day or you knew it was not going to be a day for a horse, too.
Well, and even when you know horses, I used to ride a horse for Michael Hushin that if he warmed up great, he ran great. If he didn't warm up so great, he didn't run good. So I would know pretty immediately in the post-race. That's not, you know, information you can get to the public. That's something in the moment.
Vic Stauffer with the call, the rematch of the 2 Strolling and the 9 Cave Run going at it again.
Cave Run. They're at the post. They're off. Strolling had to check soon after the start. He shuffled back to last. Ace Destroyer and Code to Win with Cave Run and Co-Worker. Then comes Oro de Tejano and Storm in Hong Kong, followed by Something Super. And the early trouble has Strolling at the back of the pack. Ace Destroyer, the leader up the backstretch, as Cave Run takes over second. Ace Destroyer a length in front. Cave Run is second, 3/4 of a length to Co-Worker in third. Then comes Code to Win, Storm in Hong Kong, and a 4-wide Strolling. If Strolling does it today, he is a half an hour the best. 3.5 lengths further back to Oro de Tejano. Something Super is the trailer, and Ace Destroyer is the narrow leader with Co-Worker and Cave Run right alongside. Strolling is now fourth and a length and a half from the front. Then comes Storm in Hong Kong, Code to Win. Many chances, Ace Destroyer, Cave Run, Co-Worker, and Strolling in the center. Storm in Hong Kong's got a chance. So does Code to Win. 6 of them inside the final furlong. And now Cave Run emerges. Cave Run now a length and a half in front of Code to Win and Co-Worker. Cave Run's got it. He runs away and wins. Cave Run won by 3.5. Code to Win was second. Very close for third between Co-Worker and Storm in Hong Kong.
Cave Run, he runs another big one here in a new barn for Steve Asmussen and gets the victory as the favorite. Poor break, which we'll show you in a minute from the 2 Strolling.
Yeah, Strolling basically lost all chance at the break, but let's give credit to Cave Run. He worked out a beautiful trip, broke alertly under Ricardo Santana. Almost said Carlos Santana there. Good thing I caught myself. You know, listen, went from a good barn to another good barn, got a great trip, and got it done. Curious to see if he didn't get claimed again. Going to have supper in someone else's barn tonight, a horse that's very popular at the claim box.
All right, let's go back to the start and show you what happened with Strolling, and this is never good.
Yeah, keep an eye on the 2-horse. Kind of looked like he might have stumbled a bit. Bobbled. Look at the way he carries his tail. That's a horse that's not pushing off well behind. Now he's going to get, I think, a little bit aggressive here under Vasquez, and he kind of had to steady him. He takes from the outside, and now he kind of makes up too much ground in the middle. Once you get off bad like that, you've got to kind of eat it. Sit the pocket, sit inside. It's the hand you were dealt. He made up way too much ground too early wide and rightfully flattened out keep an eye on him coming back with a clean break. He would have been closer, but take
It's
nothing away from the
back-to-back
winner.
starts now, too. Bad starts.
And the way he was carrying his tail, when you watch a horse, the way they push off, if their tail goes out straight, they're struggling behind. They're not as strong behind as they need to be to push off. Horses don't pull themselves. They propel themselves. They push themselves off their hind legs.
2-1. Cave Run, excuse me, gets it done for Steve Asmussen. Ricardo Santana Jr. with the victory. Son of Street Sense. Chuck does it again and puts himself in contention on the Derby Trail. Hot Rod Charlie will look back at his win in the Louisiana Derby next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 6 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include graded stakes winner Plum
But
Ali,
it's going to be Plum Ali, and she's now 3 for 3.
Sharp Samurai, international stars Shivaji and Birdie Queen, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
It's Hot Rod Charlie and Midnight Bourbon needs to lift. Hot Rod Charlie finding for Joel Rosario. They come past the 16th. Hot Rod Charlie just holds Midnight Bourbon, and rattling home is Obesos. It's Hot Rod Charlie to win the TwinSpires.com Louisiana Derby.
Hot Rod Charlie steps up and wins the Louisiana Derby. And new tactics, Joel Rosario puts him on the front end. He'd never been close to the lead in the past, and that was despite getting bumped out of the gate in here.
I tell you, you got to appreciate that this horse showed a different dimension. When a horse can be that versatile, you know, normally kind of a closer, does possess speed. We always say that good horses have one thing in common. They possess speed. It's how they use it. But the fact that he could turn him on like that, get as comfortable, and he's got a big, efficient stride. Hot Rod Charlie, oof, good run, and a new track record on a distance that's not run very often.
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much into that, but it's worth noting. It's, of course, his daddy won at a mile 3/16 as well with Gary Stevens in the Preakness. Definitely Triple Crown is ahead for this horse right here, who checks in with 100 points. The first 100-point race to the winner on the Derby Trail. And Hot Rod Charlie for Doug O'Neill, although ran in the name of Leandro Mora, his assistant in this race. Going to try and bring O'Neill a third Kentucky Derby winner as we see another horse from the West Coast ship out of the state of California and run a big effort after we saw Bob Baffert and Concert Tour win in the Rebel, and that was with Rosario as well on the front end.
Yeah, and Concert Tour, to me, was a bit more impressive than Hot Rod Charlie, but take nothing away from Hot Rod Charlie. I mean, this horse, again, that tactical, being that versatile, certainly makes him doubly dangerous.
Apparently in his works recently, he's just been blowing the competition away and galloping out with extreme enthusiasm. He's now your points leader as we're getting closer and closer to this Kentucky Derby. So another horse to throw into the mix, and it's going to be next stop for this horse under the Twin Spires.
Yeah, and listen, he earned it. He stamped his ticket. He's a horse that, again, is getting good at the right time. We talk about these young 3-year-olds being athletes. We compare them to human athletes. Who's the best athlete in high school? Not necessarily the best high school athlete coming out of high school, excuse me. Certainly college athletes. They're developing. They're changing physically and certainly mentally, and this horse has put it together.
Only 2 Louisiana Derby winners have come back to repeat in the Kentucky Derby. One was a long time ago, Black Gold, back in 1924. The other was Grindstone in 96. Couple others who finished behind the winners, they'd win the Derby as well. One of them, the New York bred Funny Side, and then Country House as well, who got moved up via DQ.
Yeah, so not necessarily having to win the Louisiana Derby, but run well in it. And a lot of similarities to Fairgrounds and Churchill Downs. Fairgrounds a bit longer stretch, but Churchill Downs a very long stretch as well.
Everybody's prospects looking a lot better on the Derby Troy. You never like to see it happen this way, though. The horse who was probably going to be the favorite, still had another prep to come in the Santa Anita Derby. He's off the Triple Crown Trail right now. That is for Bob Baffert. Life is good. He was been sensational, undefeated to this point, despite his drifting out in the San Felipe. Earned a 107 buyer in that victory. He's off the Triple Crown Trail with a hind end injury. He's going to travel to Kentucky. He's going to be evaluated by Dr. Larry Bramblage at Root and Riddle.
Well, listen, brilliant. You knew how much natural ability he has. I thought that drifting out, though, was symptomatic of maybe an underlying issue. That was something I felt after his last win, as impressive as it was. I thought it left questions. Hopefully, though, we'll see him again. He'll come back and give us the thrills that I think he could provide as a serious racehorse. Once again, though, it underscores the horse's well-being comes first. The ownership, Bob Baffert recognizes a problem. Let's make sure we check it out, get to the bottom of what it is. So I applaud them. Horses' welfare is always paramount to anything else.
Maybe Travers, we can see him down the line. Summer. Baffert, of course, still with Concert Tour, still with Spielberg, still with Medina Spirit. He's got depth, but this was the horse that everyone was sort of wowed by.
Yeah, I still like Concert Tour. Even after they both ran last time, I was more in favor of Concert Tour because of the drifting out I thought was problematic. But Concert Tour, he still has bench strength. And Bob Baffert will be competing. We saw last year he had Nadal, might have been his best. Had an injury, retired. Well, he still won it. So, you know, Bob Baffert's, he's going to be okay.
No question. He'll be looking to win stand alone right now. Of course, he's tied already for the most Derby wins in history, trying to get number 7 this year. As we take a look at the odds at Fairgrounds for their 8th on the card. This one, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. It is a maiden special weight. Everybody trying to get that first win of the career. And Natalie Wood for Tom Amoss, daughter of Into Mischief. 7-5 favorite. Did you see Rebel Without a Cause?
I did.
Great movie.
Come on, man. I'm old. You know I saw that. It's a classic.
You have that red jacket?
I wouldn't look good on me. I wouldn't sport that.
I disagree. Here's Pearl Girl, first-time starter, daughter of Midshipman.
Not taking a lot of money. We look at that as a clue at first-time starters. Midshipman, though, has been good with turf sprinters.
Mike Stidham Barn will send out daughter of First Samurai for start number 3, Arbitrary.
Tried to get her on the turf last time, was rained off, is going to have to improve. Turf's going to really have to help.
Here's Natalie Wood, 3-2 favorite for the Tom Amoss barn.
Ran huge first time on the dirt. Also in that race, rained off the turf. Looks good in the post braid, too.
Cruz Bay, first-time starter, Broken Vow for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, big price. Again, we look for that to help guide us. The board, good turf pedigree, particularly on the female side.
56-1 here, Plants and Birds, a first-timer.
Another first-time starter, not taking any money, and leads you to believe the horse just is not wowed in the morning.
Let's Skedaddle's going to try sprinting for the first time.
Horse that's run okay further on the turf. Is that going to translate to turf sprints? It generally tends not to.
Well, the only time Megan Clara tried sprinting on the grass did not go well. That was the debut, though, so perhaps we can forgive it.
Yeah, first time out, didn't break well. I'll put a line through that, but certainly is going to have to show can keep up with this kind of speed.
Quality of Mercy was in that Natalie Wood race and finished well behind, but did put in a middle move.
Put in the middle. Let's keep an eye on her going to the starting gate. She really was reluctant to load last time, and if she loads better, I'll upgrade her.
Another one from that same race, Ursulina, set the pace that day for Al Stahl.
Yeah, certainly more than ready. Throws good turf sprinters and good turf horses in general. Good speed. Hopefully that translates.
Sneaky could be sneaky. Ran decent sprinting in the debut on the grass.
Yeah, really ran well sprinting. Stretched her out not so well. Getting back to what she did fairly well first time.
Prominently went long on the dirt in the debut.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to see it. She kind of got to lugging out that day. Would surprise me.
And an English Channel getting on the turf for the first time for the Love of Lydia.
Yeah, first foal out of a mare that was good on turf, but again, second time, not taking any money.
Market mover time. Jonathan, who you got for us?
Yeah, the market mover is going to be the 3 Natalie Wood. This is a horse who took money on debut for Tom Amoss, and our friend Tom Amoss, a trainer that I respect immensely, took money and ran well that day. Just got beat, was third that day, but just kind of got beat there. The problem is I felt like that race kind of fell apart a little bit. And when you're looking at a race that fell apart, you want to find horses that were forward. They did all the dirty work. Natalie Wood picked up the pieces, in my opinion. Now, Natalie Wood could improve second out for Tom Amoss. I'm going to go with the 9, Ursulina. This is a horse that was involved in that pace that I feel like fell apart, where Natalie Wood took advantage of that, picked up the pieces. The 9, Ursulina, drawn towards the outside, 7-2 on the board, tactical speed, second time out. She took money on debut, 4-1 for a first-time starter. There were some signs that she was going to run well. And now getting over to the grass, more than ready. They'll run on anything, but they like the green stuff as well. So I feel like Ursulina is going to turn the tables. It might look like her 5th wasn't as good as Natalie Wood's 3rd, but I prefer Ursulina to the outside.
Well, and you're getting a better price. There's a look, though, at the favorite, Natalie Wood. Mig, just from an appearance standpoint, what do you think?
You got to like what you see. She ran well first time. She's collected. She's carrying herself well. Sometimes when we look at second-time starters, you worry that the first race might have shook them up. They get a little too wound up. She looks very composed, very focused, much like all the Into Mischiefs. Head bowed. They never take a backward step.
You want to bet the market mover? Anybody else in this upcoming race? Go to twinspires.com. You can download the app as well. Use the code GET200 and start your $200 new player bonus right away. 8-5 on this Daughter of Into Mischief, who went for $500,000 for the Amoss barn, owned by Greg Tramontine. Jimmy Graham will be aboard. And here's Ursulina, who JK was talking about, who we should see speed from. At least we saw dirt speed in the debut in a race taken off the turf. We'll see if we get it again here on the grass.
Yeah, and listen, she has a pedigree that should translate well to the turf. Speed's always dangerous, and she took money first time, so you know that's because she had shown ability in the morning. That when we talk about letting the board be your guide or helping you, it's because usually when horses take money that have no proven form, it's because people observing him in the morning have seen ability. And now some horses will fool you. Some horses will show nothing in the morning, and then the atmosphere of a race and more horses around them, they surprise you. And conversely, you get horses that work really, really well. And those we term morning glories, they just don't translate that to the afternoon when they do it in competition.
Another long look there at the More Than Ready filly, who's getting JK's money. Speed in that debut. Miguel Mano will be back aboard this afternoon. Those two taking a lot of money. And then let's skedaddle for this 6 for Chris Block. 5-1 right now. They've tried time and time again to go long on the turf with this filly.
Yeah, and usually when horses start out racing long and they continue to run them long, it's because they haven't shown speed in the morning. They haven't shown the speed that gives the connections confidence to run them sprinting. And again, they can fool you. Morning workouts are a completely different atmosphere than afternoon workouts. Years ago, a horse, Dr. Kashnikov for John Kimmel, you couldn't get him to work fast in the morning. He only won like his first 4 out of 5 starts. But in the morning, he'd go 5 furlongs in 105. And it didn't matter if you put blinkers, no blinkers, company, no company, rode him hard, sat on him. He just didn't care, wasn't interested. In the afternoon, though, he understood he was there to beat the other horses.
Fascinating. All different kinds. Yeah, they can fool trainers, the ones who are around them every single day. You just don't know until they get in that starting gate.
Yeah,
sometimes.
And it's completely different. And you think about, like, I know I ran track briefly in my brief stint in middle school or junior high school, as we used to call it back in the day. And I could run. I was a good miler. I would wash out so bad before the races, worrying about, like if I was going to look foolish, if I was going to get outrun, that I would be weaker because I would work on myself mentally. My wife was a great miler. She used to run against Mary Decker or Mary Decker Slaney.
Oh, yeah.
And
Olympian.
actually could compete with her, but she would work on herself so much mentally that it diminished her. Horses aren't that different from people. The ones that have the right attitude, have the confidence, and the ones that work themselves up and lose energy.
Can't win the race before it starts. You can lose it, though. 8-5 favorite Natalie Wood for our colleague Tom Amoss into Mischief Filly, getting on the grass after washed off the turf in the debut. When she was favored, she is favored right back here for start number 2. Boy, Jimmy Graham in the irons. These two, Amoss and Graham, they have a lot of success together.
They really do, and they both have a similar idea. Not afraid to let a horse flaunt their speed. Tom is definitely not a trainer who worries about you rating one or using them. Let them run. And Jimmy Graham, he lets them roll.
John Dooley with the calls. They continue to load. Here is race 8 from the fairgrounds.
Gabriel Saez with Prominently. So a quartet of fillies left to load here at the fairgrounds at the 5.5 furlong start. Cruz Bay. Declan Carroll in the blue. Cruz Bay debuts. Now Carlos Marquez, Plants and Birds, another newcomer. And she's getting a bit fidgety in back of the stalls. Plants and Birds. Firm turf here at the fairgrounds. Natalie Wood, a 7-5 favorite, the Into Mischief filly. It's 52-1, Plants and Birds to take out her bow. Fairground starter, Jeremy Bourgeois crew still working with this newcomer, Plants and Birds. Now out to 59-1 on Plants and Birds. So it's 3-2, Natalie Wood. 3-1, the more than ready filly Ursulina. There's 9-2 on 6, Let's Skedaddle. They're in line, waiting for Plants and Birds. Let's Skedaddle still left to load, and drawing in for the Love of Lydia will be last here in the turf sprint. Penultimate race of the day here at the fairgrounds. Closing day next Sunday. Still working with Plants and Birds. So Plants and Birds like Pearl Girl, Cruz Bay, they debut. We're now more than 5 minutes past due for this maiden filly sprint over the 5.5 furlongs here at the fairgrounds. We'll close with the maiden sprint, race 9 still to come. Now they've loaded Plants and Birds. She's gone all in. Back on board goes Carlos Marquez. Florent Giroux with Let's Skedaddle, the Minnesotan and the Lothenbach blue. So stand by for a start. One more, Marcelino Pedrosa with the English Channel filly For the Love of Lydia. For the Love of Lydia and the Lime with a pink cap. 3-2, Natalie Wood. They're all in line. They're off and sprinting. Reluctant to load. Plants and Birds was slow to go. For the Love of Lydia, out to a flying lead here for Marcelino Pedrosa. Looks to cross and clear. Arbitrary at the rail, and Ursulina in the black cap with positional pace in third. To the inside is Quality of Mercy in fourth, with Sneaky in fifth. Let's Skedaddle sixth and held up. There comes Megan's Clara between fillies, followed out by Plants and Birds, along with Natalie Wood, the favorite toward the inside as they go to 3 furlongs from home. Prominently is next. We trail back then to Cruise Bay, out deep on the course, looking to improve. And the newcomer, Pearl Girl, trails as these maiden 3-year-old fillies head for home. The quarter was 22.44 seconds, a couple of furlongs to go. Ursulina charging for the Love of Lydia. Toward the inside is Arbitrary. On the outside, looking to gain ground, Megan's Clara. And toward the inside is Let's Skedaddle with her bid. They're deep in the final furlong. It's the More Than Ready filly. She's Ursulina, and she leads past the 16th. As toward the inside, Let's Skedaddle's now second. From Megan's Clara third. Ursulina scores from Let's Skedaddle. Megan's Clara third. Cruise Bay was next from Prominently. Sneaky was after that. Followed by
Ursulina Alstal, Miguel Mena with the win. Nice call, Jonathan Kinchin.
Nice call, turf pedigree. Jonathan just continues on his hot streak, and Ursulina, very confident handling from Miguel Mena, rated just a bit off the pace when a really fast speed duel ensued up in front of her, and hands and heels to the wire. She won by a length, a little cheeky, a little more than the margin of victory would suggest.
9-6-7. As for Natalie Wood, near the back of the pack. More Than Ready filly gets the job done, getting on the grass for the first time under Miguel Mena. And let's see, I didn't catch the final price. Looking good on the lawn.
Yeah, she definitely enjoyed that.
3-1. Final price.
Nice. And your favorite, Natalie Wood, she just was better on dirt, and I think we'll see her back on the dirt before too long. Tom Amory's having a terrific fairground stand, winning it better than 25%.
8th at Oaklawn. Here's our post parade for this allowance optional claiming race. Long ways we're going here, 1.5 miles. Amani's Eagle kicks things off. Steve Asmussen.
Well, American Pharaoh, usually very efficient stride. Steve Asmussen within 200 of Dale Baird, all-time leading trainer.
Darren's Fortune has won at marathon distances, each of the last 2 in the mud.
Man, this guy's long-winded. Look how far he won by in those races. Don't know what he was beating, though.
Stock Deal, 6-1.
Stock Deal's been running okay. Would surprise me, actually. Get the coach, though.
Yeah, D. Wayne Lucas. Kentucky Summer. This horse coming off a win off a long year layoff.
Yeah, long layoff that day. Now goes right to 1.5 miles. Wow.
$500,000 son of Tappet, by the way. Take Charge Doro, trained by Jason Barkley.
Yeah, a horse that's just been running against cheaper. I guess they're thinking distance would help.
Change you the 7 at 21-1, 4-time winner.
Yeah, a horse that has been this far, but on the turf, and would surprise me.
Knight's Cross, he comes in having won back-to-back starts, trained by Thomas Van Berg now.
Really in good form. I guess the question for all of these is the 1.5 miles.
And California Swing on the outside, 8-1 on another horse coming in off a win. Knight's Cross beat him 2 back pretty easily.
Yeah, coming off a win, 7,500 that day, in for 20,000 today. David Cabrera, rider I mentioned earlier, very impressed with. I think a lot of times people stretch horses out to these marathon distances thinking, well, they're kind of one-paced. You know, I tell a story, got off a horse one day at Aqueduct and said, you know, I told the trainer, this horse really needs a distance. Oh, really? You know, what, 1.125 miles, 1.25 miles? So no, from here to Penn National.
A lot of times that can be the winning move, going to a softer circuit. With more on the 8th from Oaklawn, that's here for the first time this afternoon from Nancy Holthus.
Thanks so much, Greg. Well, Tom Van Berg does have 2 very live horses in this particular race, and they've kind of done a flip-flop in regards to odds. I did get a chance to talk to Tom this morning, and Knight's Cross does exit some very good races, looking for his 3rd straight win, and he does have natural speed. Tom expects him to get much slower fractions today. He says he's trained great since that last race and certainly acts like he's a horse that can get the 1.5 mile distance. He does anticipate him on the front end today. And in regards to that extended distance, he says, you know what? You don't know until you run him at that distance. In regards to Darren's Fortune, he is owned by Sammy Alvarez, and that name might sound familiar as he was the longtime assistant to Tom's dad, Hall of Famer Jack Vanberg, who is still affiliated with the barn. Now, he does make his first start since that pair of marathon victories at Mountaineer. Tom expects him to sit off the pace today, and though he does give up recency to several others in the field, still expects a good effort, and he has really been bet down as he is the soft 5-2 favorite, and probably going to see several in this particular field making their next start in the Trails End on closing day, that very famous 1 3/4 race. Guys?
Nancy, thank you. So this horse has won his last two at 1 5/8 and 1 3/4 by a combined 38 3/4 lengths. As you said in the post parade, we don't know who's running behind him. Muddy tracks in both at Mountaineer.
But you know that he's long-winded, that he's capable of staying, and that's the big separator. A lot of horses will be around after a mile. I will say this. I'll put the over-under on first to last at 30 lengths. Races like this, horses just can't go that far. They'll hit the wall and completely stop. This will be a very spread out field. My prediction. Will you take the over or the under?
I will take the over.
Yeah, right? Usually that's what you see. That's what happens.
Yeah.
What about the horse, Kentucky Summer? Got a pedigree that suggests, the 3, Stockdale. Got a pedigree that suggests would get that far. Trained by the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. He did train 4 Belmont Stakes winners.
Knows
That's a
what
mile
he's
and a
doing.
half, right?
Absolutely. There's, especially at this distance, so many unknowns. Not many would surprise me in here. I was more intrigued by the rail because Amani's Eagle, he wins at 1 3/16. That's where he broke his maiden. He faced some good ones, too. He had to go against Happy Saver in his first try against winners at Saratoga. Let's take a look at him. This was the maiden breaker at Churchill Downs last summer. And he looked pretty good going the furthest he had ever gone.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the things the American Pharos share is that the efficiency of stride that he possessed. So, that usually helps a horse get more distance. Their mechanics are good. They're not going to, use themselves up as much. Boy, he was good this day, wasn't he?
He was. We'll see. Again, he had to go against a monster in his next start. With more on this field, let's check in again with Jonathan.
Yeah, it's an extremely unique distance, and it's an extremely unique combination of distance and surface. We'll run 1.5 mile turf races quite often in this country, but not quite often, but we'll run them a handful of times. When it comes to the 1.5 mile dirt races, just doesn't happen very often. Outside of the Belmont Stakes, which is the third leg of the Triple Crown after the Derby, we don't do it very often. So it's always very unique. For me, it's about pedigree. It's about horses that are going to stay that distance. When the other horses are getting tired, they've got other things from a cardiovascular standpoint in their body that are going to help them carry on. And for me, the 4 Kentucky Summer, the pedigree here suggests that this horse shouldn't have any problems. This horse is a half to Creative Cause, who went on to be a nice stallion. Creative Cause ran well enough in the Kentucky Derby at 1 1/4, well enough in the Preakness at 1 3/16. And then also, this horse is a half to Destin, who lost a nasty photo to Creator in the 1.5 mile Belmont. This horse is a half to Vexatious, who won the 1 1/8 personal ensign grade 1 up at Saratoga. That gets to the top of the distances for the fillies and mares. I just feel like the pedigree suggests Kentucky Summer will keep running when the other ones are getting tired, like Richie mentioned. I don't think this horse will be 30 lengths out of it. I hope that this horse will be on top of the 30 lengths of the horses behind.
Deep in the research and a lot of good stuff there from Jonathan. So we'll see. Pedigree would suggest this horse going to move forward at this distance.
Yeah, I mean, the pedigree's there, and as he was talking, I actually had the pedigree up here on my iPad. And also the fact that this horse's first 2 starts really didn't know what he was doing at all. Like, you could put a line through the first 2 races. First time, really ducked in at the break, showed no speed, didn't handle the kickback back to the race. Second time, basically stood there when the start came. Kind of put things together, had some traffic, rallied well, finished third, comes back and wins. Pedigree to get the distance. I think there's a lot to like with the 4 Kentuckys. And the fact that our wingman, listen, I'll go to battle with Jonathan. I'll be in a foxhole with him.
Hear that, JK? Apparently he would not reciprocate. JK.
Yeah, look, you say foxhole, I say out, right? Foxhole sounds dirty, sounds dangerous. Richie is a daredevil. You saw what he did for his entire career, going 40 miles per hour on four-legged animals. I've never done anything that brave in my life, so I'm out on the foxhole.
I don't know how brave it was, Jonathan. I had very few options. There's an old saying, people that grow up with affluence don't become boxers or jockeys. It was my way out.
He just shot you down to be your wingman, basically.
No, I don't believe that for a second. I go anywhere with confidence with Jonathan.
5-2 favorite, Darren's Fortune, and I'm with JK. Though that four looks great on the racetrack too. This horse, immediately you just see Tappet too, and it's easy to see why some of those horses he's related to did well in the Derby. Tappet's, or in the Belmont, I should say, at the 1.5 miles. For a long time, that was if you want to win the Belmont, you wanted to tap it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the mare Dream of Summer, she was, got a distance. She was long-winded as well. Some of her races on the turf, but she has thrown consistently offspring that show they're capable of getting more distance. Destin really jumped off the page when I started looking deeper into pedigree. That dirty nose loss in the Belmont Stakes.
Difficult to defeat. I believe, was that the first ever Classic win for Jose?
It was.
I believe it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Ortiz.
Irad. Actually, that was Irad.
Ortiz.
Yeah. Jose won it the next year, I think.
Yeah.
The brothers are not to be outdone by each other. One does something, the other comes back and does it. One wins an Eclipse War, the other comes back and gets it the next year.
It's crazy how competitive they are and how successful both of them are. Two of the best in this sport. As our favorite will be Darren's Fortune. So can this horse coming in from Mountaineer, specialist at these longer distances, won those last two by 38 3/4 lengths combined, do it again against tougher competition here in Hot Springs, Arkansas? We're about to find out. Vic Stauffer with the call in this marathon 1.5 mile race. Here we go.
Summer and California Swing. They're at the post. They're off. Knight's Cross and Take Charge Doro shows speed. Amani's Eagle is at the rail. Darren's Fortune alongside him. Then comes Changi and Stockdale, followed by California Swing, and the early trailer is Kentucky Summer. Darren's Fortune now struts his stuff around the far turn the first time, and Darren's Fortune is racing away. He is now 5 lengths in front. Darren's Fortune to the top of the stretch the first time. His stablemate Knight's Cross moves up outside of Amani's Eagle. They're together, second and third. Take Charge Doro is fourth, and 3 back to Stockdale, followed by Changi and California Swing, and Kentucky Summer is the trailer as they run by us for the first time. And now Francisco Arrieta has Darren's Fortune just galloping along in a beautiful stride. 1 lap to go, and Darren's Fortune leads by 2 lengths from Amani's Eagle and Knight's Cross. Take Charge Doro races in fourth. He's got about 5 lengths to make up. Then it's 5 back to Kentucky Summer and Stockdale. Changi and California Swing are at the back of the pack. There is 6 furlongs left to race, and Darren's Fortune, trying to make it 3 wins in a row, has the lead to the back stretch. Knight's Cross, his stablemate, is moving up now, and here's the gray. Knight's Cross into second behind Darren's Fortune. Amani's Eagle is back to third now and 2.5 from the lead. Stockdale, Kentucky Summer, and Take Charge Doro all make up the next flight, and they're all about 5 from the front. Changi has 8 lengths to make up. California Swing has trailed throughout. Midway on the backstretch, the finish line is the 16th pole, and Darren's Fortune is the leader. Darren's Fortune goes into the far turn. Knight's Cross is coming after him now, and Darren's Fortune only leads it by a half length as Knight's Cross quickens outside of him. The 2 Van Berg trainees have sprinted 3 lengths clear of Amani's Eagle. Then Kentucky Summer. Stockdale is next, and Changi as they race around the far turn. Darren's Fortune and Knight's Cross. Darren's Fortune is back in front now by a full 3/4 of a length from Knight's Cross, who now at this point can't go with him, but Amani's Eagle is moving through at the rail, and Amani's Eagle's got a chance within 2 of the lead. Kentucky Summer is also closing in. Darren's Fortune comes to the final furlong, and he's 2.5 lengths in front. Knight's Cross, Kentucky Summer splits horses, and now here's Kentucky Summer with his run. Darren's Fortune reaches for the wire, and he's going to get their first 3 in a row. Darren's Fortune in front. Darren's Fortune won by 3. Kentucky Summer was second. Knight's Cross third. Amani's Eagle finished 4th.
Darren's Fortune, he does it again, make it 3 straight, but there was a lot going on with this horse in the race.
Boy, he really gave his rider fits, Darren's Fortune, trying to bear out the entire way. Talk about long-winded, though. He just keeps finding relentless. You know, it looked like horses were making runs out of him. His stablemate kind of made an early run of Knight's Cross. And but the rider did a really good job because he really was difficult. At one point, he was both hands on the inside rein, dropped the outside rein completely to keep him straight. When he set him down, he actually straightened up a bit more. But to talk about a horse that distance-loving fool, he just likes it. The longer, the better for him.
Endless tank of energy, just keeps on rolling. His stablemate, when he came to him, finally Francisco Arrieta said, all right, let's go a little bit, opened up on that horse, and then just pulled away from this group. Shift circuits, it does not matter. Stiffer competition and not a problem for Darren's Fortune, 5-year-old son of Temple City. 7th win of his career in 20 career starts, and he wins as the 5-2 favorite.
Tom Vanberg, like to see, runs all the horses in his father's old colors, too.
Yeah, how about that? Darren's Fortune the win. The price is coming on the way. When we come back, talk Triple Crown Trail next weekend. Greatest honor for Shug and Spielberg. Baffert still with some Derby depth. Stay with us.
Taprit, sold for $1.2 million as a yearling at Saratoga. Taprit's victories include the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes.
The Belmont Stakes!
In his first 2 years at stud, he bred over 240 mares. Now his first weanlings have arrived.
And Showbarn, 100,000.
One of the best bred sons of Sires Tapit to ever enter stud. Classic winner and stakes record setter Taprit, standing at Gainesway.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1. Program is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Back at the fairgrounds in the 8th, Ursulina, too good, getting on the turf for the first time. Second time out for Al Stahl. Debut was washed off the grass. Impressive on the lawn.
Very impressive on the lawn. They wanted to get her on the grass for her debut. Rained off. Got a race under her belt. She showed good speed that day. Different tactics today. Rated a little bit. Hands and heels. Miguel Mena, very confident handling.
Our winner's circle lead-in. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream Sale, the nation's premier 2-year-olds training sale, March 31st after the Florida Derby. Where will you be? So Ursulina with a win, and that the router on turf turning back lets Skedaddle get second there.
Ran really well. She likes the grass. Maybe that's what she wanted all along. Ran well under Florent Giroux, who has had some big fairgrounds meetings, some in the winter at Oaklawn this year, but a nice weekend for him down at fairgrounds.
We shift back to Oaklawn. Darren's Fortune coming in from Mountaineer. This horse just loves going long. The longer, the better, it seems. 3 wins in a row now.
Long-winded son of Temple City, who is by Dynaformer, certainly gets a lot of distance influence there, as well out of a Pleasant Tap mare. And won pretty easily. Good run from Kentucky Summer.
And Knights Cross the stable made a Darren's Fortune. Running third there for Tom Van Berg, but this horse, he's fun to watch. 5-year-old marathoner. 3 in a row.
Goes right to the lead and just stays. That's the definition of a true stayer.
Next weekend, Dubai World Cup coverage presented by Star Guitar. You will see it on Fox Sports 1 beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We hope you join us. Mystic Guide making the trip from the States to the UAE. Part of a huge weekend of coverage that we hope you spend with us. 3 Kentucky Derby preps, one of them, of course, at Maidon Racecourse in that UAE Derby, and then the Florida Derby and the Jeff Ruby Stakes from Turfway Park. All 3 of these preps worth 100 points, and that means guaranteed entry into that starting gate that first Saturday in May. In that Florida Derby, greatest honor for Shug McGaughey. He has been on quite a roll. He will be the horse to beat in this race. He won the Holy Bull, followed it up with a very impressive win in the Fountain of Youth. Gonna have to deal with Spielberg, though, among some others who we'll get to in a moment. Let's start with the favorite, though, for Shug McGaughey, Son of Tappet.
Horse that's really found his stride. A horse that's got that closing style. Has been catching decent paces to run into at Gulfstream, but a track that's usually kind to speed types. This horse took a couple starts to figure it out. Broke his maiden in his 4th start and has just marched straight on. That's always a good sign with Shug McGaughey's horses. Horses improve with racing and training for Shug. He doesn't prepare a horse for a race. He prepares him for a career. Greatest Honor is a major player heading to the Kentucky Derby.
It took him a little while to sort of find his stride and get into a rhythm in this race. Shug McGaughey felt for a while on the backside. This was not going to be their day, but then all of a sudden, when he swung him wide, he found some room, he really got going.
Kind of reminds me of the way Orb started winning in Florida. It looked like, early on, maybe not finding his stride, not finding his rhythm, and then finally when he clicks into gear, he picks up horses quite easily. I like the fact that he takes the kickback. He's brave. He does his best running outside, but I think it's more a function of not wanting to get him stopped. It's hard when you stop a horse to get the momentum again. Not like driving a car where you can just get off the accelerator and get back on it and expect an instant response.
Yeah, and we say it a lot on this program. We saw it with Code of Honor. We talked about it a lot. But when this bar and this trainer, Hall of Famer, gets a really good horse, he knows what to do with it.
Shug McGaughey really knows what to do with a horse. And you see every year his horses improve. They improve from 2 to 3 to 3 to 4. They improve race to race. He's a guy that gets horses prepared to run, but allows them to develop and improve with time and racing. This horse getting good at this time bodes well, not only obviously for the Florida Derby, but for the Kentucky Derby.
Going to have to deal with part of that depth from the Bob Baffert barn. Spielberg's going to make the trip to the Florida Derby for this race as well. Horse was a little bit written off in that last start. Then all of a sudden he runs second behind your Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner who's undefeated in Essential Quality on that off track in the Southwest.
Yeah, he ran extremely well, too. You know, wasn't as prepared at the break as you'd like, was wide, but that was the place to be, certainly, at Oaklawn that day. You wanted to be wide, so I'm not going to upgrade the effort because of that. But how many times have we seen this movie, Horse Off the Bench, for Baffert? See what I did there?
You directed a beauty. 9th at the Fairgrounds. It happened last year with the bench strength, getting Derby number 6 for Baffert with Authentic. Of course, he would follow that up with the Classic as well, and Horse of the Year. 9th at the Fairgrounds, maiden special weight. Coming up, 6 furlongs for State Bred Company. Jonathan, your thoughts here on this finale in New Orleans?
Yeah, look, it's the favorite, but I really like the 10 a lot here. Summer is hot. This is a horse who's, from a speed figure standpoint, seems to kind of lay over this field. I like the outside draw. And when you look at the other horses that are in here, when it comes to speed figures, they just don't really match up. Sure. The 6, Sweet Jackalee for Brett Calhoun. That horse could jump up and win first time out. There's an opportunity for the 11, Aphrodite's Revenge, to kind of show back up. That horse took money on debut, but based on what I've seen on the racetrack from these horses running in a semicircle, the 10 is going to be very hard to beat.
2-1 right now. Do you want to add something?
I do. I actually do. I mean, listen, I agree. Summer is hot. Summer in Saratoga is hot. Nights at Salivo, hot. But the one Box of Pictures had big excuses first time. And I think this horse is going to improve vastly. Don't know if she's going to be good enough, and the post one's tough deal. But this horse was really taken up and basically taken out of the race, reacted very negatively to the kickback, was well beaten by Summer is Hot. This horse is going to improve markedly.
Look at that sire, Star Guitar.
Sire that I love. Loved him as a racehorse, honest, throws horses in a similar vein to him that show up and try.
Get signed up, play with Twin Spires, official betting partner, of course, of the Kentucky Derby, offering you that $200 new player bonus to bet the action today. Download the app, go to twinspires.com. and use the code GET200 at sign up, and you'll get that $200 new player bonus in your account right away. You know, JK also brought up the 11, Aphrodite's Revenge. It's important. You look at that debut, he got bet, took a ton of money. She did, excuse me, in that debut. And she ran decent first time out. And we say it a lot on here. That first to that second start, a lot of times when you're going to see sometimes the biggest jump in improvement in a horse's career, you get 6-1 right now. But could be a bit of a bad sign, too, that the horse is 6-1 as well.
Yeah, you always wonder that. Like, when they're not taking the money you would anticipate them taking, why are they a little cold? You know, as horse players, we all have a bit of suspicious minds.
Yeah.
You know, if something looks too good to be true, is it? If they're not taking the money, is that a bad sign? Steve Flint does a terrific job. He was, you know, son of Bernie Flint, was his dad's longtime assistant before going out on his own. It's carried on the winning tradition of the Flint family. Speed from the outside, get Florent Giroux. Horse should get a good trip. Again, I'm still interested in the one. Box of Pictures gets Miguel Mena, who he sees riding very well, taking some money, 8-1 off a poor, you know, effort. But there's more to that poor effort than meets the eye.
4, by the way, Britland Stable, Evelyn Benoit, and one's the campaign Star Guitar. I believe 24-time winner in his career.
He's a win machine. But and again, he is one of those stallions that throws horses that have his determination. Even if they don't have his ability, they have his desire. And that's, I think, the biggest thing a good racehorse could pass on as a sire. Determination, will.
Meanwhile, Delta Traveler, 8-1 on the 4. You look at that second start of her career, and that was the best race she ever ran. Sprinting right here at Fairgrounds, was third. She was a beaten favorite that day, but a second-place finisher, would come back to win her next start. And that Beyer speed figure puts her right in the mix. In fact, it's better than what Summer is Hot has done, although she didn't back it up in her next couple.
And she's like Spotty, right? Poor race first time, you forgive it, shows speed. Came back, ran well. Came back, ran poor, ran okay, stretching out. Does she come back with a better effort today? She's going to need to.
And you mentioned Steve Flint with the 11, Aphrodite's Revenge. Dad, Bernie, won earlier on the card in the 5th with Jersey Lily. We'll see if Steve Flint can get it done here in the nightcap at the Fairgrounds. With the 11, Florent Giroux will be aboard. John Dooley with the call here from New Orleans.
Count this 6 furlong finale. Now, Mitchell Moore with Sweet Jackie Lee. like Summer is Hot for Brett Calhoun both. Florent Giroux with Aphrodite's Revenge. Stand by for a start. One more. Chester Bonnet with Steph Spirit. Wednesday post time, 1 o'clock Central on closing week here at the fairgrounds. FGNO.com. Aphrodite's Revenge getting fractious in the gate. Stand by for a start. Steph Spirit the last. Summer is Hot, 2-1 on the final favorite. Here we go. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Strummer broke slow, drifts back to last. Steph Spirit rockets out toward the lead for Chester Bonnet. Right there is Summer is Hot, just to the inside of that with the newcomer, Sweet Jackie Lee, showing positional speed in third. Fiormio fourth at long odds. Box of Pictures looks to gain toward the inside for Miguel Mena, going past the half-mile pole. Then between horses, Mercedes Ladies, Teton Twilight in the pink and tight and steadies off of heels. Aphrodite's Revenge wide in the clear. Then comes Delta Traveler, who's running second to last. And Strummer trails the maiden filly sprint here in the Sunday finale. The quarter was 22.82 seconds. It's Steph's Spirit, a leader at 33-1 from right there. Sweet Jackie Lee, who's vying for second with Summer is Hot. Box of Pictures, angled out. Fiormio is next as they come for home. Past the quarter pole, and it's Steph's Spirit still. Half mile, 46.31 seconds. Upset-minded Steph's Spirit leads them into the last. Up by 4 from Box of Pictures, who's staying on. Summer is Hot, dropping back Sweet Jackie Lee. Delta Traveler with a late bid, but close to home with Bombs Away Bonnet. It's Steph's Spirit home at 33-1. A Bridesmaid No More. Steph Spirit takes out the last of the day from Box of Pictures. Delta Traveler third. Strummer finished fourth.
Wow. Steph Spirit, huge number to close out the card at the fairgrounds. Daughter of Midshipman for the Scott Gellner barn.
Yeah, and shows you in these lower level type races like Louisiana State Bred Maidens, sometimes just getting that clear journey, not getting dirt kicked in your face, being outside, showing speed. She continued on, was resolute, got it done. Congratulations to her connections. Needed that one Box of Pictures to get up. She ran well to be second though, and had a little bit of difficulty at the break. Keep your eye on the one Box of Pictures. Broke okay, watch Miguel Mena. He's going to lose his left stirrup. They almost fell off. Did a good job getting back in the middle as they clear the trees here. You'll see his feet are still out of the stirrups. Did a good job being able to get back his balance. She got a little bit keen then. Definitely improved from her first start to her second start. Not enough to get me to the winner's circle.
How difficult is that to get back in the stirrups?
It can be difficult, particularly if you're using lighter stirrups because they tend to bounce around a lot, and most riders ride with lighter stirrups. So one thing I didn't compromise when I rode with heavier stirrups. If I came out of the stirrups, it would lay flatter. I could find it easier with my leg. But you've got to be able to hold yourself up on one leg to do it. Not an easy thing to do.
Steph Spirit, 33-1 to close out the card at fairgrounds. And the 7th time out, maiden breaking score at a huge number. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races. More coming up. The feature from Oaklawn is next when we come back here on FS1.
I don't know how you go wrong with a horse like this.
Collected travelling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the Precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
I've got 8 Collected foals, absolutely thrilled with every one of them.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Gaining late, boat outside. Guitar Tribute, who's storming home.
Mama was raising horses. They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
shine through. Gotta get in there to win. Now the world's been waiting on you.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
Back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That'd be a fun place to watch the races.
That looks cool. I like that.
Back at the fairgrounds. Probably buy that thing if you had this winner. Steph Spirit, 33-1. For Scott Gellner, midshipman filly, stepping up and getting done pretty convincingly.
Yeah, just, really ran well today. Just was the best horse on the day. Good run from the 1 box of pictures, and the 4 Delta Traveler rallied on for third. Kind of ran one of her better races, I think, the 4 Delta Traveler.
Mig, you bet to win the 1, and then you play the 1 underneath the exacta, and then you get back. Did you see that exacta?
$695. You see, this is why I need guidance from like you and Jonathan how to wager properly. Because if I like the 1, that's what I should have done, right? Back wheel.
Yeah, I mean, after the race, and they show the prices. I'm very good at telling you how you should have wagered.
No, bet to win though, and back wheel it in the exactas, right?
At least in that scenario. 9th at Oaklawn. Feature. Allowance optional claiming group, 6 furlong sprint, and there's some good runners in here. It's going to be fun to watch. Here's cold as hell. Dwayne Lucas, the coach, and this one stepped up and hadn't made it in breaking win in the slop.
Yeah, took a little bit of a step forward in every start. It's going to have to take another one.
Molto Vivace, Steve Asmussen, impressive last out.
Yeah, took a big step up. Gets Joe Talamo here.
Competitive edge, Colt, edge to edge.
Yeah, a bunch of starts, a couple races that are decent up, but the better race on the turf, I think.
Chatterbox broke his maiden on the grass going long last start.
Yeah, the one dirt race going 4.5 furlongs was not good, but was that because it was first start?
Safa's days been in the Grade 3 Southwest. He was in a stake, second start of his career. He has talent.
And Ricardo Santana stays here for Steve Asmussen. I think that's telling.
Bob's Edge, though, is the favorite. He was 3-1 morning line for Larry Jones. Third last out to Whiskey Double.
All good races.
Extreme Mayhem. He was really good in his debut, and then off the bench, got off to a slow start, and then start 2 did not go well.
Yeah, really resented the kickback that day in the slop at Oaklawn. Really did not like it after getting off poorly.
This horse is sneaky here. Twirling Mamba, his debut, he won impressively at Indiana. There were 5 next out winners behind him, including a horse who would win a stake.
Yeah, and I think his form looks a bit muddied up because the second start, losing the rider, came in back, showed good speed at Churchill, and then got on synthetic. I agree with you. I think this horse is a bit sneaky.
He's 7-1 right now for John Ortiz, but the favorite overwhelming right now, 8-5. Bob's Edge. He broke his maiden in the slop. Trying to collect the second win of his career here. Terry Thompson rides back-to-back third-place finishes here coming in.
Terry Thompson doesn't ride as much as he used to, but a very good rider and has always done well with Larry Jones.
All right, interested to see what JK has for us here in this 9th race coming up.
Yeah, the 2 Molto Vivace and the 6 Bob's Edge are the most likely winners of this race, but I got a little story about the 8 that I've come up with, and I think the 8 is interesting. First of all, it's a great hunch play. It's the 8 horse with the name Mamba in it. If you're a Kobe Bryant fan, what else do I need to explain to you? There's a great omen going on there. The other thing is this horse has been running fast on the synthetic surfaces at Turfway Park, but I think a lot of times those figures get dismissed because they took place on that artificial surface. But if you look at the race 3 back, at Churchill Downs, this horse ran well as a 2-year-old with a fast speed figure. I think this horse is going to run well in here today. I love the outside draw for a horse that's coming from the synthetic to the dirt. I think he's going to get a great trip. And just like Kobe, I think he's going to finish this one for us right here. I like the 8 Twirling Mamba on the outside.
See if he's got the Mamba mentality here. Yeah, that debut on the dirt, I mean, he beat a really good field. For more on this group, let's check in with Nancy Holthus.
Thanks, guys. I expect a very big effort from Bob's Edge today. If you look at his Oaklawn races, 2 back, he ran 3rd, but runner-up in that race was Sir Wellington, who scored the Gazebo Stakes yesterday, that 6-furlong sprint, a nice upset at 6-1. Last out, 3rd again, but contested over the slop. No reason for him not to move forward. Several horses shortening up, either coming off layoffs or taking on winners for the first time today. I did get a chance to talk to Larry Jones outside the paddock. He loves the fact that he's on the outside of all of the speed, and he said another good reason to like this horse is that I did get a chance to talk to the owners and convince them to come in for this race all the way from Kentucky. So he definitely likes the fact that he's got some extra cheering section for Bob's Edge here in the 9th. Guys.
Nancy, thanks. There he is, 3-year-old son of Competitive Edge. His win against Sloppy Track at Churchill, had to face Mandaloun, who was just defeated in the Louisiana Derby. But a horse who's been impressive along the Derby Trail up until yesterday for Brad Cox. He was second to him in that debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, and I think Mandaloun, even though he ran too bad to be true yesterday, had some excuses. He got very rank early. Sometimes when a rider has to restrain a horse too much, it inhibits their breathing because he ran too poorly to be true. So I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach about that effort in the Louisiana Derby. But it shows Bob's Edge, has been running with quality horses and has run extremely well every time. And any sort of a similar performance makes him very formidable here.
Public backing him. He's been the favorite throughout. Meanwhile, it's strange when you see a horse run as big as Steve Asmus's Molto Vivace did last time out for that barn to not get favored right back off the performance he had. And it was a sloppy track, but the horse he beat would come back and win and break his maiden next time out. We'll see if he can back it up on a fast track today.
Yeah, and that's the question. You look at the race, and it was a big improvement first start to second start, but that is usually the MO with Steve Asmussen's runners. They improve their second start. But the question is, was it the off track? I think it's just telling that Ricardo Santana winds up on the other Steve Asmussen, Safa's Day, coming out of the Southwest Stakes where he was, well beaten.
Let's take a look at Safa's Day. This was back on January the 22nd. The maiden win at a mile at Oaklawn as the favorite.
And a hard-fought victory. He was actually headed in mid-stretch, and then he's going to fight back to get the nod. And it's a difficult thing to do for a horse who gets passed and then to fight back in between horses the way he did. Very game. Doesn't speak so much to his ability as it does to his tenacity.
We'll see if going back to he's one sprinting as well, or he'd cross the wire first at least. He got DQ'd, disqualified from purse money, so had to break his maiden again. But he was dominant first time out at Keeneland when we saw him in October last year. There's some intriguing runners in this race. The one JK talked about, I was intrigued by as well, in Twirling Mamba. Getting back on a surface where he has shown he is effective, maybe more effective than synthetic, and certainly sprinting what is in his wheelhouse.
Well, I think having the outside post, decent speed. He was ridden by Deshaun Parker back at Indiana Downs over the fall of last year. Deshaun Parker just named the winner of the 2021 George Wolf Award. Very prestigious award amongst jockeys because it's voted on by your peers. And when you have the respect of your peers to bestow that kind of honor on you, it means probably more to you than any other honor you can be awarded. So nice to see Deshaun Parker, who tall rider, about 5'10", but can really fold up on a horse and not easy to make weight when you're 5'10", so it speaks to his determination and desire to ride.
Congratulations to him for that award. As we get another look here at Twirling Mamba. Price continuing to slowly come down. He's down to 4-1 on the board right now. He won right out of the box in his debut in a race again that had 5 next out winners behind him. You don't see that a lot, including a horse for Brad Cox, who would win his next 2 starts. One of them a stake at Delta Downs. Another horse would win at Keeneland, even though it was dropping in for maiden 30. So that was a competitive group that he beat. He had no chance and stumbled, lost his rider in his next start on dirt, and then he had to face Mandaloun at Churchill going 7 furlongs.
And Mandaloun doesn't need any introduction, does he? You know, horse on the Derby Trail, like you said, poor effort yesterday, but I thought had some subtle excuses, if you will.
Loading up for this 9th here at Oaklawn, their feature race on this Sunday card. It is Bob's Edge, the 6. Well, was your favorite. Actually, now it's the 5 here. Safa's Day for Asmussen has become the favorite. And that's the one, as you mentioned, Ricardo Santana Jr. has chosen to ride this afternoon. Could be telling. We'll find out what happens here in the 9th. Vic Stauffer with the call.
2 more now, Chatterbox and Twirling Mamba. They're at the post. They're off. Fast start 4. Edge to Edge, who wins the break and goes to the front. Cold as Hell away in second with Safa's Day third. Twirling Mamba and Bob's Edge are right alongside him. Then comes Molto Vivace at the rail. Extreme Mayhem is second to last, and his stablemate Chatterbox is out-sprinted early as they head into the far turn. Edge to Edge and Cold as Hell are matching strides. Here's Bob's Edge to range up 3 deep, and Bob's Edge looks sharp leaving the backstretch, draws within a half length of the lead. 2 lengths further back to Twirling Mamba, Safa's Day between horses, and stablemate Molto Vivace at the rail. Extreme Mayhem is next, and then desperately last is Chatterbox. They race to the top of the stretch. Bob's Edge has a short lead over Edge to Edge. Here's Safa's Day to tip out, and Safa's Day comes after the front-running Bob's Edge. Bob's Edge, final furlong, leads by a length. Safa's Day has that final furlong to try to gun him down. Won't be easy. Bob's Edge is strong. Bob's Edge to the 16th pole, and now he's 2 lengths in front of Safa's Day and Molto Vivace. Bob's Edge, Safa's Day, Bob's Edge in front. Bob's Edge beat Safa's Day by 2. Molto Vivace was third. Twirling Mamba finished 4th.
Bob's Edge with the victory here for trainer Larry Jones. Second win of his career. Terry Thompson aboard for the victory.
And just had a sweet trip outside the other speeds. Larry Jones talked about it before the race to Nancy Holthus, how being outside the other speeds certainly gave Terry Thompson options. When he hit the front and he threw his ears up straight, you knew he had a lot of horse. And when Terry Thompson set him down, he kicked on again. Real nice run from him. And your runner-up, too, Safa's Day, made a bold run at him, just second best. Pretty nice looking runner here in Bob's Edge.
Pretty sharp final time, too. I believe 109.4 in the end here. And decisive victory, 6-5-2 finish. It was 109.4. Bob's Edge, well done here for trainer Larry Jones. Looks like he has a good one. Second win now in 5 career starts. And I didn't catch the final click, but late in the wagering, it had become the 5 who was the favorite.
And he ran to the backing. I mean, he was just good and really got that nice trip. When you're on the best horse and you're just kind of cruising outside of them, waiting to ask the question, and you could see the confidence that Terry Thompson had in him. He hands and heels, when he kind of threw his ears up, started looking around, reminded him, kept him to his task. He kicked on again, and I think there's bigger things in this horse's future. This is a colt that I think can take a big step forward.
Yeah, look at that finish from him. Actually did late go off the decisive favorite at 7-5 in here. So the late money was the right money. 6-5-2-8 finish in the feature from Oaklawn. Hot Rod Charlie will talk more about his win in the Louisiana Derby and the tactics that paid off for Joel Rosario. Stay with us.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View stallions. Proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sir Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir Martin.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Good to have you with us. Program. It is brought to you by NYRA Bets, where you can play all the action we show you each and every day. Go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. Feature at Oaklawn and Hot Springs, Arkansas goes to Bob's Edge. And you said it, Meg, this may be a very talented sprinter down the line.
Yeah, I believe there's definitely stakes tries in Bob's Edge future. Another trainer, Larry Jones, whose horses get better with racing. Good horseman.
6-5 to finish in the feature. ABR Race of the Week, it was the Louisiana Derby. Hot Rod Charlie, how impressed were you with his performance?
I was impressed with the versatility he showed. A horse that has been a bit more of a closer, using speed to capitalize on, gain control of the race, and I just thought he was very strong through the stretch.
He'd been training lights out in the morning, gets a 99 Beyer speed figure for that win. And another case of a California horse shipping outside of the state, coming up big. We saw it with Concert Tour with Baffert and the Rebel. And Joel Rosario, back-to-back weeks now, puts a horse on the lead and wins $1 million Derby prep.
Well, Ron Anderson, his agent, certainly is not chasing any empty wagons. When he's sending Joel out of town, he's sending him out of town to get the money. He's riding live horses. Nobody better, one there in front, tougher to get by, I should say, than Joel Rosario. Very strong finisher, reminiscent of Lafitte Pink Eye in his prime. Fun to watch.
With that victory, was the first 100-point qualifier to the winner. He is now atop your Kentucky Derby points list with that win. Midnight Bourbon, who is second, checks in second on that list. But there's some big names out there who you're going to see next weekend. One of them, Greatest Honor. We have 3 Derby preps on the program next weekend. He's one that a lot of eyes will be on for Shug McGahee in the Florida Derby. You can catch all that action on the road to the Triple Crown with us next Saturday.
A terrific addition, and you certainly got Spielberg shipping in. I've been a Greatest Honor fan. I'm not jumping off the bandwagon.
Shug McGahee did tremendous work with Code of Honor, and now he's bringing this horse along on a similar path, and he has been sensational in South Florida. See if he can keep it going, and final prep for him as he tries to make it to that Kentucky Derby with 3 consecutive Graded Stakes wins.
The one advantage he has, too, though, he already has accrued enough points to get into the Derby. So even if he had a misfortune, didn't have a good trip, doesn't win, it's not going to keep him from getting in the Derby field. Others are under pressure.
Again, biggest news in terms of the Kentucky Derby, the leading contender, Life is Good. He is off the Derby trail with a hind end injury for Bob Baffert. Baffert, though, plenty of depth, and Spielberg, one of those runners he's going to send out to tackle Greatest Honor. Hope you enjoyed our program. We are back next weekend. Don't forget our Dubai World Cup coverage on FS1. That begins next Saturday at 8 a.m. And then we'll see with America's Day at the Races beginning at 2:30 p.m. on FS2, and then at 3 o'clock over on FS1. Bob's Edge, impressive at Oaklawn. And Hot Rod Charlie, as we talked about, now a Derby contender for Doug O'Neill. We'll see you next week.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, record setter, and undefeated in sprint competition. Now his runners are winning from coast to coast.
And Hernandez Jr. Run Classic out to the maiden ranks at second asking, won by 4.
She's a happy girl, a 7-1 winner. She won by 2.5. Happy Champ is 3-5, and he's long gone. Happy Champ, the son of Run Happy.
Eclipse champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.